Good morning, everybody, from sunny San Antonio here on a Saturday morning, and welcome back to the Trinity Tiger Network for today's matchup between Trinity University and the Schreiner Mountaineers. My name is Caleb Reed, joined in the booth today by Reed Rosales here on the Reed and Reed Show. And Reed, these are two teams really on the opposite ends of how they've started their 2024 campaigns.
Yeah, Caleb. Really, Schreiner trying to get any momentum that they can starting the season so far, looking for their second win. They're 1-15. Meanwhile, for Trinity, it has been such a great start. 8-5, so many great wins. And over the weekend, they went 2-1. They are looking really good right now. And the goal, I'm sure, for Bailey Wittenauer and these Tigers is to sweep this series away.
This is the first game of the conference for Trinity so far this season. First game of the conference overall today. And getting it started off in the circle is going to be Jordan Arce. Arce so far this season has been nothing short of absolutely incredible. 3.63 ERA. Did pick up the loss during the first game against Lewis and Clark, but this season she has just been absolutely electric and has gotten some national attention as well for her work in terms of pitching strikeouts, and that's going to be something that Coach Wittenauer is going to be hoping that she can do a little bit more here today. As first pitch is a bit too high there for a ball out of the glove there of Zoe Frosto, the junior who is getting, the sophomore who is getting her first start of the season. And that pitch in for strikes, so we'll be able to see what Zoe is able to do here at the catcher position after not being on the team until just about a couple of weeks ago.
Catcher position was pretty thin for the Tigers after the injury to Debussy, so needing some more depth there.
This one popped foul, hits right off of the pole supporting the foul netting here at Trinity. Beautiful Saturday morning for some softball. A little bit of wind blowing out into the outfield, so any deep pop-ups could be assisted here by some wind. At the plate at the moment is Bridget Montez, a senior out of Burleson, Texas, as this one once again fouled back. Montez so far today, one of the players to watch, the senior who transferred in from Texas A&M International. She has been great for this Mountaineers team so far. Leads the team in terms of at-bats and also has the most hits on the team. And hoping to get something started here on the 1-2. This one is once again swung and fouled, so count remains at 2 strikes. And not really in the territory of saying that this is a long at-bat to start the game yet, but that's something that these Trinity Tigers find themselves in a lot. Very, very long at-bats, both on offense and on defense. Arce with the windup and the delivery. This one is once again fouled, going back into the TUPD backyard.
And right now, Montez doing a great job scouting Arce. Even if you stay alive time and time again, you get more information about a pitcher the longer your at-bat is. And the longer you stay alive, the more likely Arce is to make a mistake.
Arce with the windup again on 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Got her on that outside part of the plate. And that'll be a quick first out of the inning for Arce there.
Yeah, great placement of the pitch. And you can tell Montez wanted to swing to stay alive again, but she just heads back to the dugout with her information to try and make an attempt next time she's up.
Up at the plate now is Kendall Lippold, sophomore out of Richmond, Texas, and Arce delivers on 0-0. In for strike. Lippold so far this year leads the team in terms of runs, and last season led the team in terms of triples. Only one of them, but still getting 3 bases, especially in softball, is a pretty big accomplishment. Arce with the delivery once again. This one hit directly over to third base. Bowser throw over is in time to Jordan Williams back at her traditional first baseman role. And already 2 outs here down in this first inning.
Yeah, a bit too aggressive from Lippold, just going after the first pitch she sees essentially. Quick 2 outs and almost out of the first inning.
And so now up to bat is going to be Yadira Lopez, the senior out of Kingsville, Texas, playing third base here today. It's a bit too high for ball number 1. Lopez did not play whenever Schreiner went to Our Lady of the Lake, another San Antonio area school. And we'll see if maybe those couple of days of rest will be beneficial for here today. This one a bit too far outside for ball number 2. And this is something that Coach Hansen was talking about, just being mentally tough against RC, staying up in the box and not really worrying about trying to force anything and just taking what's given. Checked her swing there and fouled off.
This is a Schreiner team looking to make the SCAC tournament again. Made it as the 6th seed last year. Their season ended by an upset TLU squad that had been upset by the Tigers. But just trying to get back to that situation for themselves again. Trying to clean up a rough start.
That TLU run was something that Coach Whitnauer actually talked about talked about with the team heading into this week, and just talking about not really underestimating opponents, because Trinity managed to beat TLU, who as we all very well know is definitely a softball powerhouse, not only in the SCAC but nationally, and whenever they lost, it kind of proved like this can be anybody's game, as that's going to be a 5-pitch walk there for RC, but it can really be anybody's game whenever you go into it, and can never really underestimate your opponents. And even though the records for these two teams are vastly different, it's not going to be a cakewalk here for Trinity today. As coming up next is going to be Kimberly Perez, the freshman out of the San Antonio, Texas area. This pitch in for strike number 1.
RC working with the runner on first base. One thing that, for all good RC does, the free pass is something that does seem to seep in every now and again, but she's worked fine with it in the past.
21 walks so far this season for her, had 3 during the Game 1 loss against Lewis and Clark. That one ending 4-3 in favor of the Pioneers. Getting ready here on the 1-1 by RC. The windup and the delivery, and swung foul.
This is the game RC wants to play. Put the batter in a bad count early on. Gives her a lot more to work with. And an ability to put away batters with the strikeout pitch.
Strikeout pitch could be coming here on the 1-2. 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. RC with the windup and the delivery a bit too high, so count evens up at 2-2.
Still get another pitch to try and get the batter to chase if she so chooses, or you can attack the zone. Either one's a good option.
2-2, definitely a good count for RC to be in here. A lot of options open. Swing and a miss, got her to go. And that will be the end of the top of the first inning. RC collects 2 strikeouts of her own, and already a very, very hot start for this Trinity defense. As now we're going to get a look at the Trinity offense coming up to bat. We're going to not take a quick break. Instead, we're going to go through the Trinity batting order. We're going to go ahead and take all the time that's given to us here. And so just looking at this Trinity team coming up to bat, first up you're going to be seeing Samantha Tagawa, the freshman second base out of Agora Hills, California. At the number 2 slot, Hayden Del Toro, the sophomore out of Cypress, in left field today. At third, Hannah Boudreau, the designated player, the freshman out of Pearl in Texas. And at 4, Jordan Arce, who you just saw collecting the strikeout there, the sophomore out of Thousand Oaks, California, the pitcher, again at the number 4 spot. At 5, Jordan Williams back at first base, the senior out of Clayton, California. And at 6, the junior out of Arvada, California, the third baseman, Peyton Bowser. At 7, Sydney Watson, the junior out of San Antonio, Texas, in in center field. At 8, Marina De La Luna, the senior out of Concord, California, playing right field today. And at 9, Angela Balto, the sophomore out of Antioch, California, the shortstop. So now we're going to see Sammy Tagawa coming up to bat. And Tagawa, I mean, what can you not say about her? She has been absolutely amazing so far this season.
Such a patient bat, an ability to draw out a pitcher to any count. She's got a great eye on her as well.
So far, second in the nation in terms of walks, and this is a team that loves the free pass. They are one of the best in terms of being able to extend at bats and being able to get free passes. They are currently leading NCAA Division III so far in terms of team walks, averaging a little bit under 5 walks per game, which is just absolutely insane whenever you try and put it into those kind of numbers. Tagawa herself so far, 14 walks on the season, and so far in a favorable count as she moves now to 3-1.
And immediately a quick couple words to the pitcher in the circle for Schreiner, Amanda Pollock, and really just trying to pressure Pollock into walking her.
And she does so right there, that one on the inside. And Pollock so far this season does lead Schreiner in terms of appearances. Comes into this game with a 9.37 ERA, allowing about 2.5 runners on base every inning that she pitches out, or every inning that she pitches, about a 254 whip. And we'll see if number 2 comes up here. As the runner goes, throw is not even going to be made as the ball gets away there from the catcher, Montez.
Classic play there. Have the batter swing, the runner go, distracts the catcher, worked like a charm there. Catcher was unable to get the ball as Montez had to watch Tagawa go to second.
And Tagawa, that'll be her 7th steal of the season on her 8th attempt. That one in for strike number 2.
This is important counts for Schreiner. Team ERA of 7.83. So the Tiger Bats are looking to do a ton of damage against the Schreiner pitching staff.
This one fouled off of the Trinity dugout netting. And that is one more thing about softball that's kind of a little bit different from baseball. Because the field is a lot shorter, you get a lot more kind of hot shots off the dugout netting. This one hit and fouled off to the right side by Del Toro. And Del Toro just trying to avoid going down on the strikeout. She's had kind of a little bit of an issue with that so far this season. 9 strikeouts on the year and hoping to avoid number 10 here. Getting ready on the 0-2 for Pollock. The wind and the delivery. This one going to be fouled off once again.
It's a good way to stay alive. And another thing about the Trinity softball field in particular is the dugouts extending into the field of play. It's not something you see at every field in the nation. Cuts off a bit of foul territory that could otherwise be used to catch a fly ball.
The number of times that we've seen foul balls that the fielders end up chasing only for it to hit off of the roof of the dugout there could have definitely saved a few outs here for both teams over the course of not just this season, but over the course of the last 2 seasons since we had that renovation come in. Foul off once again, so count remains at 1-2, and Trinity again doing their job to extend these at bats. This one too high for ball number 2, so count evens up once again. After Del Toro went down 0-2, has taken a couple of good pitches to level it out here. Wind up in the delivery, too high, so count moves to full. And Del Toro, after going down 0-2, might be coming close to getting out of this one.
And doing what the Tigers do best, draw out the pitcher as long as possible.
This one hit back up the middle. Tagawa has a step back. This one into center field. Tagawa's going to stay at third, and Del Toro is going to get the first hit of the game and move runners to the corners here with still 0 outs in the bottom of the first.
Such a smart AB by Hayden Del Toro. Perfect hit in the perfect spot. Advances the runner, and now Tigers are really starting to threaten with their most dangerous hitter coming up to the plate.
Their most dangerous hitter being Hannah Boudreau, the freshman out of Pearl in Texas, all 13 games played so far this season. And, I mean, she has just been absolutely fantastic. Runner goes, slide, throw is not made at second. Instead, throw was right back to the pitcher. And so now runners on second and third. And Trinity using that speed that we saw a lot last season. Haven't seen it so much this year, but saw it a lot last year. This one is high and inside on Boudreaux.
Really missing her, almost got a free pass. Not by the walk, by a different form of free pass with the hit by pitch. But either way, Boudreaux certainly wants to stay swinging the bat.
Boudreaux coming into this one with a .475 batting average, the best on the team so far. This one outside for ball number 2.
It's a crazy batting average. Remember last year, Dawson Debussy having a batting average a little over 400 for most of the year. See if Boudreaux can keep up the pace.
I mean, it's easy to have a very high batting average whenever you got only 5, 6 at-bats. As this one is hit over to short, as throw is going to be in time. There was a hand signal. Looks like the official was calling no interference there, as Del Toro had to scramble back in time to prevent from running into the shortstop. That was Chapa there. And now we're going to get a look at Jordan Arce, the pitcher, the two-way player for Trinity, who is kind of a do-it-all player. She leads the team in terms of course, her power bat. We saw that whenever we were covering a game against ETBU, and also leads the team in terms of stolen bases as well. So she's got the speed, she's got the power, and she's got the pitching.
A quick conversation between Coach Hansen and the home plate umpire. I think asking about a bit of clarification on whether that was interference or not. Either way, Arce, dangerous with the power bat. Only a Tiger who's gone deep this year.
This one is going to be a pop bunt and foul.
Dangerous location. It's always dangerous when the bunt goes pop up. Can cause a lot of issues. Interesting choice to go with the bunt there. But we'll see what strategy Wittenauer's going with.
Especially considering that there's only one out as well. We've seen Jordan get a few hits into the outfield as well, particularly up or back up the middle. So we know that she can get it out there, but perhaps trying to leverage her speed and make the defense choose. Do you get the out, or do you try and prevent the run? Pollock here getting ready on the 1-1. Swing and a miss for strike number 2.
1-2 count now. I do wonder if maybe they were attempting a suicide squeeze perhaps. But either way, Arce working on the back foot. This one a bit too high there for ball number 2. In case you can hear, there are some dogs barking in the background. A beautiful day here in San Antonio. Everybody bringing out their pets, their kids, their family to watch this game. This one swung and fouled off. And spring has definitely sprung here in San Antonio for sure. All the flowers are starting to bloom. All the animals are starting to come out. The weather is starting to warm up, and this is exactly what you want for a softball game, isn't it? Yeah. You know how I know it's spring?
Allergies?
Yeah, exactly.
This one popped up, and third base moving over. So a very, very fortunate pop out there for Schreiner, as now with 2 outs, the sacrifice play is not an option for the Trinity Tigers. And the batter coming up to the plate now, Jordan Williams, a senior out of Clayton, California, and she has been absolutely fantastic so far. A lot of Tigers on this team have been great so far, but Jordan Williams, particularly defensively, but offensively as well, she has done great in her senior campaign. First pitch in for strike.
Williams perhaps may not have the gaudy batting average that Boudreaux has. She certainly has great timing when she does get her hits. Certainly looking to drive in those 2 Tigers on bases.
This one outside for ball number 1, and so far this season, Williams with 6 RBIs. Also had 19 last season, just a few beneath last season's team leader, Marina De La Luna, who we will be seeing in the 8th spot later on in this game. Pollock with the windup on the 1-1, way too far outside for ball number 2.
It's important for this Tiger team not to underestimate the Mountaineers. Even if you look at these two teams' records, anything can happen any given day in sports. They got to be on their A game.
Delivery, that's going to make it 3-2 or 3-1 here, and definitely a batter's count coming up here for Williams. She can afford to take a pretty hefty swing here if she wants to, but got to remember with 2 outs here, might just want to be a little bit more selective with what she chooses to swing at. This one outside for ball number 4, so bases are now loaded. As coming up next to bat is going to be Peyton Bowser, the junior out of Arvada, Colorado.
Yeah, another walk for Jordan Williams. Just another day at the office for her. Right now, the active career leader, 4 walks on this Tiger squad.
And it's something that Coach Whitner has really prioritized so far this season. Heading into the preseason, she told a story about how she kind of had a team meeting, sat everybody down and said, all right, on 0-0, are you going to swing or are you going to are you going to look at the pitch? And she's kind of built the batting order around that, and you can definitely see it with a very healthy mix of both aggressive nothing hitters and also very conservative nothing hitters, and it's worked out well for them so far.
Allows you to distribute them pretty evenly. You don't want 2 of the same back-to-back. Can only cause problems.
2-1. This one swung on through the gap. 1 run is going to score. They're sending the other from second. Throw is not in time as Del Toro gets the foot on the plate. And Trinity gets a nice and easy 2 runs to start this game off the bat of Peyton Bowser.
Peyton Bowser, bat coming in handy yet again. 2 RBI single. Tigers scoring early. And once again, priority, sweep the series and, hopefully all by run rules if you are the Tigers.
Fingers crossed. Trinity was run ruled a lot last season, but Schreiner has found themselves run ruled quite a few times this season as well. 5 of their 15 losses so far this year have been via the run rule. Of course, just a reminder for those of you who don't typically watch softball, the run rule is whenever the game is ended after the 5th inning, whenever a team is up by 10 or more runs. So this one is hit over the top of the glove of Paula. Cannot get the ball in there in time. And so the bases will move to full there off the bat of Sydney Watson. Watson, the junior out of San Antonio, Texas. And they are going to credit that as an error. So Watson not going to get the hit. But coming up now, Marina De La Luna, kind of in a little bit of a slump, but boy, wouldn't this be an incredible spot for her to break that slump.
She's got a hefty bat. She's got all the power in the world, and she certainly has the ability to leave the park. Just hope the wind doesn't interfere with that.
Wind does look to be in her favor, I think, so it's blowing out to right field at the moment, but it's blowing out to right field instead of in from right field, so definitely going to be helpful there if she can maybe push this one away. This one hit directly back over to third. Baseman drops it, and tag is going to be delivered in time. A lot of confusion there as Lopez was the one who kind of bobbled the ball, but play was made in time there to get Bowser out at third, and that will be the end of the first inning. But Trinity with a fantastic start to this game. We're going to take a quick little break here before we get to see the other half of the Schreiner batting order. We're going to take a quick little break here, and we will be right back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to San Antonio and Trinity University. My name is Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales here, the Reed and Reed Show, back after about a 2-week absence. And how was that little break being away from softball? You kind of got to do a little bit of everything, didn't you?
And certainly did. Got to do baseball, that 10-run comeback against Babson, and then March Madness, first 2 rounds. One of those going the Tigers' way, the other's not. I'll let you guess which one is which. But I miss softball. I'm glad I'm back here. It's awesome to watch this team.
A fantastic team to be watching here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Remember that this is game number 1 of 2 of today's action, at least, in a doubleheader. And Reed will be solo covering, I believe, the game tomorrow in Schreiner. That one starting at noon. But just remember, it's going to be an hour earlier than you're used to. Daylight savings time coming up tomorrow, and the spring daylight savings time is always the rougher one, I feel, because you lose that hour instead of gaining the hour. This one not in for ball number 1. Batter up at the plate right now is Courtney Hurry, the junior out of Waller, Texas. Playing at first base here today, 14 games played so far this season, 25 at-bats, 3 of those at-bats resulting in hits. This one hit back over to Bowser. Bowser with the pickup, and the throw over is going to be in time. So Hurry cannot get her 4th hit of the season. And now we're going to see up to the plate Lacey Silva, the senior out of New Braunfels, Texas. Playing at second base here today, 222 average coming into this game, 36 at-bats, and 8 hits so far during her 24 campaign. Nothing pitch by RC is in for a strike. Look to just get the inside part of the zone there. And on the 0-1, we'll see what RC delivers yet again. So far today, 2 strikeouts already coming in that first inning for RC, as the delivery is a bit too high.
RC, hard to get good contact on her for most opposing batters, as they're only hitting a little over 200, just a bit above the Mendoza line. Just Schreiner really needs to get runners on the base paths.
This one is hit right back over to Bowser. Bowser having a very busy day as she gets this one over to Williams in time. Had to kind of stretch out for that one there, but for Williams, that's not really a big issue. She's been playing at first base for quite a long time here for this Trinity team, and gets another good defensive play there to retire the second batter of this inning.
Bowser's certainly going to see a lot of action on a Schreiner lineup that doesn't have a single lefty.
This one too low for ball number 1. As up at the plate now is Joanna McKay, the senior out of Baytown, Texas, in the 7th spot. The left fielder here today with a 116 average. Schreiner coming into this one, again, struggling on offense. Although this one doesn't look like a struggle. This one hit over to right field. De La Luna with a fantastic running play to get the 3rd out. And a very, very quick top of the 2nd inning for these Trinity Tigers, as they will take a quick little break before getting the bats back in their hands. And we will take a quick little break here on the Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. Trinity offense coming up whenever we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to San Antonio, Texas, and Trinity University. And we're getting a look now at the 9-hole hitter, Angela Baltzel, the shortstop. Baltzel, the sophomore out of Antioch, California, and she's had a pretty good season from her spot at the 9 position. 9 is traditionally the spot where you kind of see some of the weaker batters, but Baltzel, despite not having a lot of power, has been very, very good in the situations that she has been called upon to deliver.
It's one of those many strategies in softball where you put either one of your good hitters in the 9 spot to get a spark going if you start at the bottom of the order, or you put one of your faster players at the back of the order to get a bunt and to get a bunt single.
Also showing bunt there, pulls back, and it's outside for a ball, and already at a 3-0 count here for Amanda Pollock. Pollock so far today, 2 hits allowed, 2 runs allowed, and also has allowed 2 walks in her first inning of work. This one is in for strike number 1, so Baltzell moves to the 3-1.
As a pitch that had to be a strike. You don't want a 4-pitch walk to start off the inning.
Here we go on the 3-1. This one hit back over to short. Short cannot handle. Throw is gonna be in time. Signal was a little bit delayed there by the infield umpire, but the throw over by Chapa was just barely in time there against Baltzell, who was using every bit of speed that she could. And after the big first inning that Trinity had, we are already back to the top of the batting order with Samantha Tagawa. Tagawa, of course, walked in her first plate appearance. This one is too low for ball number 1. Tagawa walked and then ran in for the first of Trinity's 2 runs. This one is hit over to third. Great snag there by the third baseman. Throw is dropped by the first baseman, Hurry. And so Tagawa will be getting on via the error.
Yeah, and Schreiner, we've seen it a couple times. They've bobbled a couple of plays. And now the Mountaineers really need to get the Pythons out and really dig in and be more sure with their fielding. Because right now, you're going to see a bit more errors being tagged onto these fielders if they keep bobbling the balls.
It's something that was talked about by Coach Hansen, just working on mental toughness and mental focus, just not allowing the team to beat themselves, and so far that's something that they are doing here with already 1 error and probably a couple of other errors that maybe should have been credited to them if they hadn't been able to make the play afterwards. 1-1 here for Pollock as Del Toro is up. This one outside. Del Toro at the 2 spot. She was the leadoff for quite a bit, but Coach Whitnauer moving the batting order around just a little bit to kind of adjust to in-season trends. And with the conference slate coming up, expect maybe perhaps some additional changes coming depending on how this team does over the next few days.
It's a bit of a weird time in the scheduling area where we're playing conference games and then spring break has a bunch of non-conference. Then we're back in conference again.
3-2 coming up. This one is foul, just barely foul there for Del Toro. And so
for a moment, I thought Lopez almost touched the ball and kept it fair. But thankfully for her, she did not.
It was very close there. Don't think that she would have been able to get the throw over in time because she would have had to correct the stumble and then get the throw over against a very speedy Del Toro, who gets hit to advance over to first. And so now 2 base runners on here in the bottom of the second with just 1 out, with Hannah Boudreau coming up to bat once again. And I kind of started this thought before she ended up grounding out during the first inning, but having a very high batting average like we've seen from Boudreau is, kind of a little bit expected if you have, 5, 6 at-bats so far leading up to that point. But so far this season, she has had 41 at-bats, which is good for near the top of the team in that respective category. So she has just been a hit machine for these Trinity Tigers so far this year.
And high batting averages they're mind-boggling, a bit more common in softball because it is very easy to find a really fast player to just lay down a good bunt and run out a throw.
This one is outside for ball number 2.
Now, Trinity having probably their 2 of their most fastest runners on the base paths. A good hit into the alleyway would bring them both in.
Delivery, this one is hit back up the middle. It's through, going into center, holds up the stop sign. Tagawa blows through it, and that will be an RBI hit for Hannah Boudreau as Tagawa manages to get her second run of the game, and Boudreau getting yet another RBI on this season, marked at 12 for her so far in her 2024 campaign.
They're going to meet in the circle. It's a good meeting to have because right now Trinity up by 3, only 1 out in the inning, still runners on first and second, still threatening to put up more with the very dangerous Jordan Arce just waiting for them to break the huddle.
Pollock so far this season, or Pollock so far this game, 3 hits and 3 runs allowed already, kind of looking a little bit like a fish out of water here during her sophomore season. And with Jordan Arce up to bat now, we've already discussed what she can do with the bat in her hands. As this one is hit into the outfield, is going to draw. This is going to be at least 2. It bounces off the wall. Del Toro going for home and able to get at home. And so another RBI for Jordan Arce on the season, marked at 11 for her, and Trinity extends their lead out to 4 now as they are really blowing this inning open.
Yeah, sent that one out on a rope into the alleyway in right center. Bouncing off the wall, maybe a bit too strong for her own good, as it was so fast that fielders were able to get it pretty quickly.
And so now we actually have a substitution coming in. Pollock's day ends after just after just an inning and a third of work. 4 hits, 4 runs allowed, 3 of them earned, and now we are going to get a look at number 29, Bailey Borden, the junior out of Pearland, Texas. We are going to take a quick break while she finishes her warm-up, and we will be right back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network. Now in the circle for the Schreiner Mountaineers, Bailey Borden. And Borden so far this season, 7.50 ERA. As the runner goes, Arce is going to get a stand-up steal there. Thought about the slide, but decided not to there, as the throw wasn't even going to be made there by Montez. And Arce moves from first to second, still with 1 out in this bottom of the second inning. Borden with the windup and the delivery on 1-0, way outside for ball number 2.
Schreiner pitching staff. Mentioned the pitching staff ERA, but Trinity looking up to put up a 10 spot. Pitching staff for Schreiner has given up 10 runs in half their games. So trying to bring down that team ERA, put up some goose eggs for the Tigers. But right now, it is a struggle with these Tiger bats.
The Tiger bats incredibly hot as well, as this one is going to be a 4-pitch walk here to start it out for Jordan Williams. And now coming up is going to be Peyton Bowser. Bowser who already has Bowser who already has 2 RBIs to her name, and with the bases loaded and only 1 out in this bottom of the second, hoping to do a little bit more damage here. Windup and the delivery is in for strike number 1. And Borden really going to have to clean up her work here in quite a difficult situation to start out with. Windup and the delivery. This one outside for ball number 1, so count moves to even. All ones on that top row of the Trinity scoreboard there. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. Windup and the delivery is too high for ball number 2.
And you got to be careful if you're Bowser. You don't want a short grounder because then you can just throw to home if you're Schreiner.
So from the windup and the delivery, this one is hit very well but foul. That one had a ton of power off the bat. And if that one was in fair territory, could have been dangerous, depending on how the wind decided to carry it out.
See your power right there. Certainly looking to muscle one past the fence, clear the bases, as a grand slam would put this game into that run rule territory.
Windup and the delivery is outside for ball number 3. So count moves to full here. Bowser coming into this game this season with a 278 278 batting average, and much better than last season's 250, which he got in 24 appearances. This one is hit into right, moving over. Catch is made. Throw is a rifle of a throw, and Boudreaux deciding not to try and run this one out here. So the sacrifice play does not happen, and now 2 outs here to take that option away for Sidney Watson.
Making the catch. Boudreaux making the smart decision not to tag up. I would say that throw was very good. Not sure if he would have reached in time, but still good for Schreiner getting that out.
It was Riley Jamison, the one who made that throw in. Jamison, the freshman out of Danbury, Texas. And this is a team that has a lot of freshmen, a very, very large Schreiner roster. As this one is hit right back up the middle, Watson is going to get a base hit. Watson's going to get an RBI. 1 run is going to score, and 2 runs are going to score as RC takes a nice little trot across home plate. And 2 more runs score here in this bottom of the second. Make that 4 runs so far this inning, as Trinity is really standing on the gas pedal now. 6-0 your lead for the Trinity Tigers here with still 1 out to go in this second inning.
It's just amazing watching Jordan RC fly across the base paths.
De La Luna takes ball number 1 here, and we mentioned in our first at bat, De La Luna definitely struggling. 121 average coming into this season, but it's something that we've seen a lot. She really starts out slow before heating up once we get into conference play, and whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'll let you be the judge, but whenever you get into the games that really matter, it is always good to kind of step up the heat here, as this one is popped up. Moving over, and a good little snag there by the catcher, Montez, will end the bottom of the second inning. But the damage definitely done here by the Trinity Tigers as they score 4 in the bottom of the second to extend their lead out 6-0. Schreiner hoping to return fire whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network, getting ready for the top of the third inning. Getting ready here for the top of the third inning here on the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales. Reed and Reed Show back in action for you from San Antonio once again here for some Saturday softball action. And the woman in the circle right now, Jordan Arce, starting out very, very well for her so far in her first 2 innings of work. 2 innings pitched, no hits allowed, only 1 walk allowed, and 2 strikeouts to start her day. This first one is a very healthy swinging strike for the 8-hole hitter Riley Jamison, freshman out of Danbury, Texas, playing in right field here today. 300 average coming into this one off of her first 20 at-bats of her collegiate career. Jamison, another righty on this Schreiner roster. In fact, nothing but righties for Schreiner, which is very impressive considering that they have over 40 players on their roster. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. And that'll make it a 1-2 count here for Jordan Arce. Righty on righty action here in Trinity, and hoping to get her 3rd strikeout of the day. Arce with the windup and the delivery. This one is popped up. Baltzel moving over. This is going to be for Watson, and Watson, a great play running over to get the first out of the top of the 3rd inning.
And communication, the key there. You had 3 players that potentially had a play on it. Watson calling off Del Toro, and Baltzel taking it herself. Watson sound with the glove, making the catch.
Arce now getting ready to deliver it to the 9-hole hitter Andrea Chapa, the freshman out of Brownsville, Texas. First pitch in for a strike. Chapa today playing shortstop, coming into this one with a 0.77 average. So definitely not the best season for her. She went 0 for 1 whenever Schreiner went to Our Lady of the Lake earlier this week. And swing and a miss for strike number 2.
Man, what a pitch there. Arce, she may just be a sophomore, but she does not play at all like a sophomore. She plays like a seasoned vet. Perfect ace.
This one a bit too high there for ball number 1. Towards the end of our meeting with Coach Wittenauer, I got to kind of mention, like, this is a team that is very fun to watch, but also in a year, 2 years, 3 years, this is still going to be a very fun team to watch. Lots of exciting talent for this Trinity team, as Chapa just barely got a piece of that one there. Had to really reach out to just get the tip of the bat on that ball, and avoids the strikeout there as the count remains 1-2. Just trying to stay alive at the moment against Jordan Arce. The 1-2 is too high, so count moves to even at 2-2.
Arce still has a pitch to burn before threatening to walk Chapa. Certainly trying to get her to chase, but Chapa starting to slow things down a little bit. Schreiner bat's not hacking as much.
This one is in for strike number 3. Arce caught her looking, and that'll be her 3rd strikeout of the day. So far, Arce top 5 in the nation in that category, and she gets another one there to extend her fantastic sophomore season.
And you have to just think, you know, Arce being pretty much the ace for the Tigers, just a sophomore, shows how much promise that this pitching staff has.
Lineup and the delivery. This one hit right back up the middle. It's going to be the first base hit of the day for the Schreiner Mountaineers, as that was Bridget Montez, a senior out of Burleson, Texas, the leadoff hitter. 1 pitch, 1 hit. And Schreiner finally getting a good number on the board for once. First hit of the day, and 2 errors for them defensively. So finally getting a number that they want to see on that scoreboard there in right field.
Yeah, breaking the no-hitter that Arce had going on the first run through the lineup. Still working at a great pace.
Arce getting ready here for the 1-0. Windup and the delivery is a bit too low there for ball number 2.
And I think one of the best attributes about Arce is that you never get the sense that she gets rattled when there's a runner on first, or if she gives up a run. She's going to go out there, she's going to pitch her stuff.
This one is in for strike number 1, so 2-1 coming up here for the 2-hole hitter, Kendall Lippold, the sophomore out of Richmond, Texas, who, again, has had a pretty good season for these Schreiner Mountaineers so far. Leads the team in terms of runs scored. And here on the 2-1, in for strike number 2. So after going down 2-0, RC has really come back here to even the count up at 2-all. All twos on that top row of the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. RC checking her wrist and getting ready for the delivery. This one a bit too high, so count now moves to full.
Completely full count. And, you know, Schreiner looking for Montez Lippold and Perez to kind of be the next Pedraza, who was their best hitter last year. Still trying to find their feet.
Swing and a miss for strike number 3, as that will end the top of the 3rd inning for the Schreiner Mountaineers. RC is really on fire now. 4 strikeouts on the day for her through her first 3 innings of work. And now we will see what Trinity can do with the bats in their hands whenever we come back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back to see what Trinity can do offensively. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University and the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed here on the call with Reed Rosales as we are getting a look at Angela Baltzel, her second time through the order. First time grounded out to Chapa at short. And we'll see if she can get the party started for Trinity here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, already up 6-0 over the Schreiner Mountaineers.
Attacking the zone immediately with that first strike. Something that I think Schreiner should try to do more, try to miss the barrel and do weak contact.
This one out for the first ball of this at-bat.
But just been a struggle for the pitching staff right now.
Of course, this is the first weekend of action for the SCAC. Looking through some other games that have happened earlier on. St. Thomas, as this one is hit right back up the middle. Baltzel is going to get her first hit of the day. And getting on base, that's something that she knows how to do, something that this team especially knows how to do, either getting on via the walk or via the hit. And another player who really knows how to get on via the walk, Samantha Tagawa, coming up to bat now. Tagawa coming into this game as first pitch in for a strike. Coming into this game, Tagawa not only top 20 in terms of RBIs and triples, but also number 2 in the nation in terms of walks per game, and actually now is 5 walks away from breaking the single season record for Trinity, and is 1 away from tying the high that was set last season.
It's crazy amount of patience, crazy amount of growth that this team has gone through.
Swing and a miss for strike number 2. Just kind of looking at some of the other games that have been going on. St. Thomas and Austin College got the SCAC season started yesterday. St. Thomas defeating Austin College 13-0 in their game that was ended after 5 innings. Other games that are scheduled to be played here today, of course, after Trinity and Schreiner, as this one is fouled off. Austin College and St. Thomas going to be going at it once again. Actually, St. Thomas and Austin College playing right now, listed as bottom of the third at the moment. St. Thomas leading 10-1 over the Roos. 2-2 coming up here for Tagawa. This one is hit back up the middle. We'll see if they can turn a double play. Throw to second is in time, but not able to make a throw over to first. And so that will be the first out here of the bottom of the third inning, but Tagawa keeps a runner on first.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate situation for Baltzl. Couldn't tell if Gordon was going to make the play on it, and she didn't. Baltzl kind of hesitated to start running. Just easy out for Schreiner.
Windup and the delivery here on Del Toro. Del Toro pops this one over into center, moving over, and catch is made in time by the second baseman, Silva. And already 2 quick outs here against Trinity in the bottom of the third inning. Hannah Boudreau coming up to bat now, and it's very interesting to see both Boudreau up at the plate and Tagawa over at first. Kind of looking at it, Tagawa has been a much more patient hitter. Definitely takes a lot more walks as she's going to go for it. Tag is not going to be delivered in time as Chapa was unable to hang on to the throw made by Montez.
Yeah, once again, just ball not staying in the glove. Lost it. Did have a play at second, but instead it's going to be another stolen base.
Windup and the delivery here by Borden is a bit too high for ball number 2 of this at bat, but just kind of going back to the previous point, Boudreau a lot more aggressive, loves to swing the bat, and Tagawa definitely a lot more conservative, knows when to take the walks, and it's kind of like a fire and ice kind of mentality between these two Trinity freshmen, as this one is in for strike number 1.
Still working with a favorable count. Boudreau knows how to drive it, aggressive batter. Staying more patient against Schreiner.
Wind up and the delivery. This one hit into center. We'll see if it drops in time. Fantastic play by the center fielder, Kendall Lippold. And that will be the end of the bottom of the third inning. And what a fantastic defensive play that was, sliding out for it. And now we will take a quick break before going into the top of the fourth inning here from Trinity University. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University and the Trinity Tiger Network as we get ready to see what the three-hole hitter Yadira Lopez can do for these Schreiner Mountaineers. Windup and the delivery by Jordan Arce is dropped there by Zoe Frosto. Frosto, of course, coming in was released by Trinity at the end of last season and is now back. having joined the team or having rejoined the team, sorry, just about a week ago due to the very, very tight spot that these Tigers found themselves in at catcher. Of course, with the loss of Abigail Miller during the preseason, losing Jessie Lloyd before the season started so that she could focus on her degree, and then, of course, losing Dawson Debussy to a hand injury in the very first game of the season really put these Tigers in a tight spot, and they have done very, very well to adapt to the challenges, and with Zoe coming back, it'll definitely be helping this Trinity offense here. RC issues a 4-pitch walk here to Lopez to get the inning started. And now looks like we're going to get a pinch runner here. And we'll see who it is. Now seeing some movement in the dugout, and it's going to be number 20. It's going to be Greenwood coming in for Schreiner.
Just working with the runner on first, trying to recover from a bit of a short AB.
This one could be fouled off here by the current batter, Perez. Perez, of course, the freshman who's been pretty good for the team so far. Of course, leading the team in terms of batting average at just about 500 coming into this game. This one is high. Throw is in time, but also unable to get it. And looks like the runner, Greenwood, got off the bag there. Also tried to re-deliver a tag, but just unable to get there in time. A very, very bang-bang play, and Schreiner able to get up to second base.
Incredible throw by Frosto. She had her. Ball just came out of the glove. Also kind of patting the chest saying, my bad.
And so now getting ready for the 1-1. This one swung on and fouled off.
So now opportunity to get out on the board. Really want it. You don't have a double play intact right now unless something weird happens.
And so with 0 outs here, Schreiner definitely in favorable position, runner in scoring position. This one swung and fouled off, so count will remain at 1-2. Currently up again, Kimberly Perez. All 16 games played for the Schreiner Mountaineers so far. Of course, 500 average in her 34 at-bats, and went 500 during the last series against Our Lady of the Lake, 1 for 2. Swing and a miss for strike number 3. Strike 3 was dropped. Throw is going to be over and not going to be in time. And so RC collecting the strikeout there, but the runner moves up 60 feet to now be at third base. And Schreiner hoping to avoid the shutout here, getting a runner just 60 feet away from home.
It's their best opportunity. Sac fly will do it. But they got to get a hit off of Jordan RC or get good contact, which has been a bit of a struggle.
Lineup and the delivery is outside for ball number 1. Trinity leading 6-0 here in the top of the 4th inning. Reminder that this is game number 1 of 2 that will be played here today, and game 1 of 3 that will be played in this 3-game series. Game number 3 coming tomorrow at about noon. This one outside for ball number 2. And RC really hoping to avoid issuing another walk here. Getting ready here on the 2-0. RC just checking the wristband, seeing which pitch she wants to deliver here before finally doing so. In for strike number 1.
Trying to work out from the hole that she's in. Got to be a bit more precise, being down in a 2-1 count.
Player at the plate here is Courtney Hurry, the junior out of Waller, Texas. As she takes a brief little time here to kind of reset her timing. And now we're going to get another stoppage here as Frosto going to meet with RC in the circle, just try and figure out what they want to do. So everybody taking a quick little breather here just to try and figure out where they want to go with this at bat. Hurry definitely in the more favorable position of the two between herself and RC, getting ready for the 2-1. And with one out here, could send this one into the outfield and try and get the sac fly. Home plate umpire writing it down in her notes, just making sure that everything is logged correctly. And we are going to get the game resumed here with RC getting ready for the 2-1. Wind up and the delivery. Swung on over to Bowser. Bowser's going to throw it to home. Tag is delivered in time. Fantastic heads-up defensive play by Bowser to throw it home. And now the scoring threat is gone for Schreiner. And with 2 outs in this top of the 4th inning, Trinity in a much more favorable defensive position.
Yeah, smart play by Bowser, going home, getting the runner. Just not in a good position. Greenwood just a bit too slow, and Bowser rifling that one to home. She's got a great arm at third.
This one is in for strike number 1, and it's a common theme among this Trinity defense. They have some fantastic arms that can really rifle some throws in whenever they need to, and another example being shown right there. RC checking her wrist once again here on the 0-1. In for strike number 2. RC so far today already 5 strikeouts, hoping to potentially get her 6th.
It's another thing that play does is it provides a great bit of momentum for Trinity. Now in an 0-2 count, RC's got plenty of pitches to try and get Silva to chase.
Silva checks her swing there as that one's a bit too far outside. Silva, the senior out of New Braunfels. So just a little bit up the road there on I-35. Can't really say that it's a so-called homecoming game considering how close Kerrville is, but it's definitely good to be a little bit closer to home here on the 1-2. Just a bit too high to even the count up at 2-all. Wind blowing out to right field here. So if Silva's able to push this one deep, it will be potentially helped out by the wind. Swing and a miss. Swing and a foul. To continue this count being at 2-2.
Got the force out at second, force out at first. Plenty of opportunities for the Tigers, but I'm sure RC wants the also coveted K.
Wind up and the delivery on 2-2. This one is rolling foul. And so it will stay at 2-2 once again.
Just staying pesky. It's the best thing you can be as a batter. It's always annoying as a pitcher when the batter does not stop fouling things off.
Some very, very long at-bats was kind of the theme, not just offensively, but defensively, whenever Trinity played Lewis and Clark, and kind of continuing here again, as this one is too high to load the count at 3-2.
And it provides things like that to happen. Now a full count. RC's got to choose a really good pitch to try and get her on. See if she attacks the zone or gets her to chase.
Wind and the delivery. Checked her swing and foul. So count stays full with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning.
Runner still at first, just waiting for this at-bat to do anything.
The runner is Greenwood as this one is hit into the outfield. This one's going into the gap between right and center. Throw is going to be in, cut off by Tagawa, and runners now move onto the corners here for Schreiner. So they get the runner back on third, but with 2 outs here, cannot afford a sacrifice play. They need to get another hit to avoid the shutout here in San Antonio.
And another Schreiner bat coming up that struggled against RC last time. Has everybody read 0 for 1 or 0 for 0 on the first run through, trying to atone for past misgrievances.
Schreiner found themselves shut out in their last game. That one a 0-8 loss in 6 innings against Our Lady of the Lake. That one coming on Tuesday. So we'll see what RC is able to work with here. Already delivered 1 ball and going to make that 2 balls here.
Right now the Schreiner dugout signaling the tornado signals, I think. Score warning in effect.
As now we're getting a meeting in the circle for Trinity. Not sure if that's going to be a substitution or if...
I think they're just going to have a chat.
Yeah. If the coaches are just trying to calm her down a little bit.
Because RC is the pitcher that complete workhorse. Almost, it's odd if she doesn't go a complete game on most days.
So far this season, RC does have 4 complete games during her 6 starts. Leads the team in both of those categories. And we'll see what she dials up here on the 2-0. RC checks the wind and the delivery. This one is hit right back up the middle. Watson moving up to it. Watson's going to get it in time. The Trinity defense coming in clutch once again to keep the shutout alive. 0-1, 0-2. And now we are going to get to see whether or not the Trinity offense can continue the momentum for these Tigers whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Getting ready here for the bottom of the 4th inning. My name is Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales here on the Trinity Tiger Network, and this is so far looking like a very, very good day for this Trinity Tigers offense, already leading 6-0, and up to bat now, Jordan RC. We know what she can do with the bat in her hands. In the 2nd inning, she got an RBI single to add on to a 4-run inning for the Tigers, who started off leading 2-0 after the first and then poured on 4 more in the second, which is what the score currently sits at here, 6-0. And RC 1 for 2 on the day so far. Borden, the windup and the delivery. This one is hit. This one is over the head of Lopez. It's going to be a base hit. RC's going to run for 2, and she's going to get a stand-up double to get the inning started for these Trinity Tigers.
Great piece of work there by RC, just getting it right over the head of Lopez and hitting the chalk. It is a great moment. Getting on to second, her speed, it's legendary amongst the Tigers. She can definitely reach home with a good enough hit from Williams.
The exact kind of hit that you want in that kind of situation. As this one is high. Ball 1, Montez checking RC at second.
Williams has walked twice today, going for 3 walks in a row. Caleb, you got to remember, that's a pedestrian.
Do they or do they actually call it that, or is that just a stat that you made up?
No, that's something I made up. 3 walks is a pedestrian, 4 walks is a jaywalker, and 5 walks is a crossing guard.
Ah, I see. This one in for strike number 1.
If I ever get into MLB professional broadcasting, I will try and push that as hard as possible.
Does that also apply for stolen bases or as well? Is there some sort of running pun that you can put into that?
I'd have to think about it. I'm still thinking about what 6 walks is, but I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody walk 6 times in a game. So I'll cross that bridge when it gets there.
That would have to be quite a long game for you to get 6 at-bats in. As that's going to be another walk there for Jordan Williams. Getting the pedestrian.
Pedestrian status obtained. It brings a smile to my face every single time.
We do have a substitution coming in for the Schreiner Mountaineers offense. So after that walk, Bailey Borden's day is done. 1 2/3 inning of work in the books for her. As now we're going to get a look at number 5, Kai Kuzak. Kuzak so far this season only 1 appearance, but it's kind of a surprise to see only 1 appearance considering that last season she led the team in so many so many pitching categories, had the most wins, most appearances, most starts, had 7 complete games as well in 81 innings of work last year, and so far this season she's not even gotten a single out. 0.0 innings of work, two runs, both of them earned, allowed. And she just hasn't gotten any look so far this season, but getting her 2nd appearance of the season here in San Antonio, hoping for a bit better here as she warms up, getting ready to go against Peyton Bowser.
Bowser with the opportunity here. Try to get runs 7 and 8 across, put it into run rule territory to where the top of the 5th could potentially be the final ABs for Schreiner.
I misspoke in the start of the game. The run rule is whenever a team is in the lead by 8, as RC is going to slide into 3rd and going to be safe. A very, very close play there at 3rd. Had to slide in under the advancing Chapa.
Also moves Jordan Williams to 2nd as well, so now 2 runners in scoring position for Bowser.
Bowser already 2 RBIs on the day after a 1st inning single. This one fouled off.
Big swing from Bowser, clearly wanting to drive these runners in.
Bowser already 2 RBI on the season for her, which is just 1 shy of her mark to this point this season. This one a bit too high. And we'll so we'll move it to 1-2.
Trying to get the first out on the board.
Kuzak delivers and got her looking for strike number 3. First strikeout of the day for Kuzak. As now we're going to get a look at Sydney Watson, the center fielder out of San Antonio, Texas, who we know that she has been great in big spots so far. We saw it against ETBU, we saw it against Howard Payne, and now we're going to see it here potentially against Schreiner with 2 runners on.
Yeah, she's got a great glove in the outfield, but right now they really need her to swap the golden glove for a silver bat and slug these 2 runners across.
0-1 coming up here from Kuzak is in the dirt. And moves the count even at 1-1. On deck for the Tigers is Marina De La Luna. As Watson hits this one into left, moving over. Ball is over the head of the left fielder. One run is going to score. They're sending the other home. Throw is not going to be made. So a 2 RBI stand-up double for Sydney Watson, as that one just went over the head there of Joanna McKay. And now Trinity leading 8-0 and in great contention for the run rule here. As we get a look at Marina De La Luna. De La Luna so far today 0 for 2. Advanced on a fielder's choice and then fouled out, or popped out in foul territory. First pitch in for strike number 1. And De La Luna with a runner on second base, really wanting to get a hit into the outfield just somewhere. Wind up, this one's a bit too high there to even the count up at 1-1. Still only 1 out in this bottom of the 4th inning. Trinity potentially trying to extend their gap even more. The wind has definitely picked up. You can see it there in the background with the flag as this one is hit into the outfield, moving over. This one's going to drop for a base hit. Very athletic grab there. As this throw, Watson thought about going for home. Instead decides not to, as that is a hit there by De La Luna. De La Luna came into this game with a 121 average. Only 4 hits on the season. Make that 5 after that one to bring up Angela Baltzel.
Yeah, De La Luna finally getting one down. And, you know, that batting average that she has should be way higher. There's about 5 balls she put in play against ETBU, but ETBU with their crazy outfielders somehow scooped up all those hard line drives. And then just that hit by Watson over the head of McKay. Watson just showing off her power. You have to have a strong arm to be an outfielder, and I suppose that also translates to the bat as well.
Whenever you look at players on this Trinity team, like Hannah Boudreau, who just have some insane video game-like numbers, it's almost as if, continuing the video game analogy, De La Luna, every time that she comes up to bat, it's just the game instantly gets jacked up to just extreme difficulty mode. All of a sudden, the fielders making some incredible defensive plays, but this one is hit over to short, and again, a fantastic defensive play there by the Schreiner Mountaineers.
Chapa, that one was laced, but Chapa just sticking the glove out, snagging out of the air. 2 outs on the board. Just got to get out of this one, stop the bleeding. That's going to be a bit difficult.
Getting some redemption there for that dropped line out earlier on in the game. They got credited as an error to her. And this one sets up a 1-0 for Samantha Tagawa, who walked, reached on an error, and then reached on a fielder's choice. This one is in for strike number 1, so count moves back to even at 1-1.
Tagawa working with runners on the corners. There's a chance to keep pouring it on if you're Trinity. You certainly do, because right now Schreiner just needs 1 run to put it out of run rule territory.
This one a bit too low for the 2-1. 2-1-2, 2 balls, 1 strike, and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th with 2 on. This one is in for strike number 2. And so all 2s everywhere. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on, and 2 runs scored here in inning number 2 times 2. This one too high for ball number 3. And Tagawa again doing what she does best, extending these at-bats to be as long as possible. And Tagawa does a great job of basically having at-bats by attrition. And that one's in the dirt for ball number 4. So Tagawa with another walk on the day, make that 2 so far today. And that will also be number 16 on the season for her. She blows past the number set by Jessie Lloyd last season and is now just 3 away from tying the single season record for these Trinity Tigers. Up next here, Hayden Del Toro, the sophomore out of Cypress, Texas. Had a great season last season, 265 I keep on confusing batting average and ERA for some reason. Not sure why. 265 batting average last season, 227 so far this year. This one in 4, strike number 1, evens the count at 1-1.
And Cusack, just some bad energy right now, maybe being sent her way. Nobody in particular.
Swing and a miss.
Now translating that into a good breaking ball there. Tried to get out of the inning. Bases are loaded. Stranding the bases loaded would be huge for Schreiner.
We'll see if they're able to get it here on the 1-2. Swing and gonna be rolling foul.
What's that she fouled it off herself for a moment. Or fouled it behind home plate. But either way, reset the play, get another breather.
Cusack definitely relying on that breaking stuff there. Del Toro has been very far ahead of the ball so far. This one too high, evens the count up at 2-2. And so here on the all even count, Del Toro at the plate, Watson at third, De La Luna at second. Checks your swing and moves the count now to full at 3-2. De La Luna at second, Tagawa at first. And we'll see if they can get a run here. And swing and a miss for strike number 3. Hayden Del Toro, unfortunately leading the team in that category, continues to extend her lead in that category. And a great way to end off the inning for Kai Cusack, despite letting the bases get loaded, managing to get out of a pretty difficult jam. And we will see what the Schreiner offense can do here, in danger of the run rule. Potentially one more half inning to go. And we will see what the Mountaineers are able to do whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Getting ready here for the top of the 5th inning here on the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales. And Reed, potentially the final inning here of this game as Trinity finds themselves in the lead 8-0.
Indeed. Schreiner needs to find a way to get one run across to prevent that from happening. But the way RC is dealing right now, only giving up 2 hits in the entire game, maybe hoping for some more free passes from her.
So far, first pitch is a ball for Riley Jamison, the freshman outfielder. As this one is hit over to Bowser. Bowser has had a pretty busy day at third so far. She delivers this one over to Jordan Williams at first. And a quick first out for the Trinity Tigers on defense here. And already one gone.
And it's one of those things, one of the great things about softball is that there is no time limit to a game. There's only a time limit to the time limit is how many mistakes you make.
Theoretically, a game could go on forever, which is one of the more unique things I think about baseball and softball.
Looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter for Schreiner potentially.
Yes, it is going to be a pinch hitter. That's going to be number 88, Peyton Eubanks Smith, the freshman out of League City, Texas. Eubanks Smith coming in exchange for Andrea Chapa. Eubanks Smith so far this season, perfect batting average. 2 at-bats and 2 hits. Also has 1 walk as well. Did not play against Our Lady of the Lake, but has appeared in 4 games so far this season. First pitch in for a strike by RC. This one in the dirt, and Eubanks Smith having to kind of do a little dance to avoid the ball there.
Keeping the batter on her toes, quite literally. RC just trying to get the momentum rolling on into game 2.
Windup and the delivery. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. And RC potentially another strike away from getting her 6th strikeout of the day. Noticing kind of interestingly, Eubanks Smith setting up towards the front of the batter's box. You typically see batters set up towards the back of the box in order to maybe get a little bit more time to figure out where this ball is going, as this one is inside to make it a 2-2 count.
It's always interesting to see the different progressions batters go through, where they set up, where they like to hit. Just really wanting to get the ball before it breaks, perhaps.
RC with the 2-2 delivery outside to move the count to full.
Yeah, countdown count now for Eubanks Smith. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out.
And RC checking with the dugout once again. Just trying to figure out where she wants to go. RC gets ready with the delivery. This one is hit and going to be foul. RC, again, she has been just the undisputed ace for this team so far this season. 3.63 ERA so far, definitely going to be bettering that one here, as 0 runs allowed so far through her 4 1/3 innings of work. Wind up and the delivery on the full count. Too low, ball 4, so RC issues her 3rd walk of the day. 24th of the season. And Eubanks Smith moves 60 feet over to first to put number 15, the catcher, Bridget Montez, up at the plate.
Yeah, certainly not doing her whip any favors with that one. But still, double play on the board for Trinity.
RC winds up here on the 0-0 and gets a piece there of Montez.
Yeah, there's going to be a discussion between the umpires. Looks like it hit the batter Montez on the elbow, it looked like.
And actually looks like the umpires are going to say that it didn't hit her.
I think they're going to say that she probably swung, would be my guess.
So, yeah, so it's going to be the 0-1. So they are going to say that she swung. This one low and in the dirt for ball number 1.
Either that or it came off the knob of the bat instead of actually making contact with her. It's a rare play, but it does happen from time to time.
RC checking her wrist and getting ready for the 1-1. This one is hit over to Bowser at third. Bowser throw over to second. Is in time. A great play there. Tagawa had to reach out for it and just barely got it there in time against the advancing Eubanks Smith. And now we're getting a look at Kendall Lippold. Lippold, the sophomore out of Richmond, Texas, leads the team so far this season in terms of runs scored. Has a 269 average coming into this game, 388 last season. As a very, very quick out there over to center field at Watson will be the end of the inning. And, well, I was going to say the end of the game, but it doesn't look like they're setting up for the end of the game.
That's going to be the end. Leading by 8 after 5. don't have to play the bottom of the 5th because we're already leading. But Trinity coming away with an 8-0 blanking of Schreiner. Just impressive performance all around.
A great start to this 3-game triple header series for the Trinity Tigers. Of course, Jordan Arce going to be getting the win, and just a fantastic day for her just a fantastic day for her in the circle. And she will earn win number 6 on the season. Of course, the player, or we'll have to see who gets credited for the loss in this one, but just an overall fantastic day for this Trinity Tigers offense and defense, who managed to keep Schreiner off the boards the entire game.
Yeah, well, Holland's going to be credited for the loss, I'd imagine. The first pitcher for Schreiner, it was, or Amanda Pollock, rather. Pollock's going to get tagged with the loss, allowing the first runs in the bottom of the first, but just some great offensive production from the Tiger Bats. Williams, 3 walks, no at-bats for this game, getting that pedestrian status. And then in the RBI category, Sydney Watson with 4, really making an impact. Peyton Bowser with 2, and Arce and Boudreau having 1 apiece themselves. It was a great performance from both sides of the ball for Trinity. Very complete game, and they're going to use this momentum and head into game 2 with, well, just quite a bit of momentum. No better way to say it.
We are going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network, getting ready for game number 2. Make sure to not go anywhere. There's no need to change up your streams or anything like that. We just keep the stream running nice and flush all the way throughout. So just go and stick around. Make sure to get some food, get some drinks, use the restroom if you need to, and get ready for game number 2 here on the Trinity Tiger Network. I've been Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales, and we will be right back in just about 20 to 30 minutes, getting ready for the second of 2 games here from San Antonio. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here, San Antonio, Texas, your home for game number 2 of this 3-game series. A triple header here on Saturday and Sunday between the Trinity University Tigers and the Schreiner University Mountaineers. My name is Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales here as we get a look at Cameron Bishop in the circle, the freshman out of Austin, Texas, getting the starting nod for game number 2. Bishop coming into this game, absolutely fantastic season for best ERA on the team at 296 and has a 3-0 record coming into this one after picking up the win in game number 2 versus Lewis and Clark.
Bishop, again, another promising young pitcher for the Tigers, looking to put up a similar performance to RC today.
This one a bit outside for ball number 2. Bishop in the game against Lewis and Clark went the entire 6-inning duration. That one ended an inning early, not due to a run rule, but due to Lewis and Clark needing to catch a flight. Of course, Lewis and Clark coming up from the northwest, as this one is directly back over to Cameron Bishop. Doesn't hit the ground, so no need to throw it over to first. Now that will be a nice and easy first out of the inning for the Trinity Tigers.
Return to sender, or right next to the package center here at Trinity University. So just right back to Bishop. Easy first out.
Bishop getting ready for the second batter here for the Mountaineers, and just going to get a look at Kendall Lippold, sophomore out of Richmond, Texas, who in the earlier game went 0 for 3. Trinity winning that one in a run rule, 8-0, a shutout victory for Jordan Arce, who's in right field at the moment. Bishop with the windup and the delivery is just outside for ball number 1. Count evens up at 1-all.
And Lippold certainly a player that Schreiner's looking to be an impact bat. She was a big part of that run for Schreiner last year, trying to repeat that performance this year.
Swing and a miss by Lippold, and Bishop really getting her off balance there. Bishop, of course, the lone lefty in this game for both these teams, as Schreiner does not have a single left-handed pitcher on their roster and gets a good strikeout there. It's something that we saw a lot during her debut game against Howard Payne, and Bishop getting the day started off with a strikeout as well.
Yeah, sitting the first 2 batters down, trying to go 3 up, 3 down for her first inning of work. Just get off to a good start, good momentum.
Bishop with the windup and the delivery here is in for strike number 1. These Trinity pitchers love the strikeout, and the Schreiner bats have really kind of struggled a little bit with the strikeout numbers. 87 coming into game number 1, and during game number 1 had quite a few of them as well, as as Jordan Arce, who collected the win, had 5 of them during the first game of this series.
Yeah, it's just going to be smarter ABs by the Mountaineers, because, when you have aggressive pitchers like that, one thing that Montez did really good to start off the game in game 1 was to kind of scout Arce by fouling pitches off, but just unable to do that with Bishop here. Maybe being a little underestimating the freshman, but she's proving to them why she has a spot in the circle in game 2.
The differences in the release point and the movement really throwing off this Mountaineers offense here, as Bishop has gone very, very well so far through this first inning of work. This one's just a bit too far outside for ball number 1, and we'll see if she's able to pull Lopez down here on the 1-2. This one is fouled off once again, hits directly off of the foul pole. little bit of defensive changes going on for the Trinity University Tigers between games 1 and 2. In at catcher is Hannah Boudreau, replacing Zoe Frosto. Bishop the windup and the delivery. This one is hit over to Tagawa at second, over to Williams at first, and that will be a nice, easy end to this top of the first inning. And so now we're going to get a look at what the Trinity offense can do. Starting off with Samantha Tagawa, the second baseman, Hayden Del Toro at the number 2 spot. Hannah Boudreau going to be third. At number 4, Jordan Arcee, who has moved over to right field, followed by Jordan Williams at 5. Carson Lee also coming into the batting lineup again after taking a few games off. She is at 6 as the designated player for the game. At 7, Peyton Bowser, who's playing third today, and center fielder Sydney Watson at number 8. Finally rounded out by Angela Baltzel, the shortstop, at 9. Meanwhile, defensively for Schreiner, in left field, Joanna McKay. In center is going to be Kendall Lippold, who bats second. McKay batting 8th. In right field is going to be Riley Jamison. And at third, we will be seeing Yadira Lopez. At shortstop, Kai Kuzak, who ended the game as pitcher for Schreiner, will be at short. And at second base is going to be Lacey Silva. At first, going to be seeing Courtney Hurry. At catcher, going to be seeing Bridget Montez yet again. And at pitcher, getting a look at Selena Marchand. Marchand so far with a 6.54 ERA, second best on the team, but has been one of the main starters for this Schreiner team so far. 6 starts in her 8 appearances. This bunt by Tagawa, foul.
Trying to bunt her way onto first. It's what speedy players do best. Just going a bit foul, though. It was a good attempt at a bunt, though.
Marchand getting ready here on the 1-1. Getting ready here, the windup and the delivery. This one is swung on, put into center field, and that's going to be a base hit for Samantha Tagawa to get it started. So after Tagawa was unable to get a hit in her 4 plate appearances in game number 1, she goes and gets the first plate appearance of the game and sends it into center for the first base hit of the game. Del Toro shows bunt. This bunt is popped up, going over, and unable to get it is Montez. Montez laid out for it, and maybe a little bit slow getting up there as there's a lot of padding there that, while it does help to cushion the blow from rogue fastballs, it also can kind of pinch and bruise in certain ways that can really take the wind out of you if you land wrong. Fouled off there by Del Toro once again. Del Toro, during game number 1 of the series, went 1 for 3, had 2 runs, also struck out once.
Del Toro is an aggressive bat. Quickly down in that 0-2 count. We'll see if she stays more patient. Patience is rewarded.
1-2 here coming up for Marchand. Del Toro once again showing bunt. Tagawa remaining at first as this one is hit over into right, moving over, and there's a collision between the two. Gonna slide in at second is Tagawa. The collision there looked like it was between Silva and Jamison. Not sure why Jamison was moving so far up because it looked like Silva had it in her hands.
That is just a communication error. Plain and simple. Jamison and Silva either making it clear who is going to get it, or maybe just not hearing one or the other calling the other off. Running into each other, that puts runners on first and second very early on.
Anna Boudreau coming up to bat now. Boudreau, of course, the team leader in batting average so far this season, and she's been absolutely incredible. Team leader in batting average, OPS, most hits on the team, most doubles on the team as well. She's got a great power bat, but just a great bat overall, and she went 3 for 6 against Lewis and Clark. Perfect 500 for on that day. Earlier on, she went 1 for 3 with an RBI as well on top of that. So a good start today for her. We'll see if she can continue that momentum here in game number 2. Here on the 1-1, swings and fouls this one back.
1-2 count. Definitely not the best count to be in if you're Boudreau, but we know Boudreau doesn't really matter what the count is ultimately. She wants to put one onto the outfield.
Here on the 1-2, we'll see what Marchand delivers here. This one outside, so count even up at 2-all.
Just really trying to score runs early like they did in game 1 where they put up a 2 spot. Let me try to do a little bit more this time around.
Marchand checking with Montez. Now the delivery. This one is swung on by Boudreau, going back towards center, ranging back and able to get it. Tagawa tagged up and thought about running for it, but a great throw in by Lippold to prevent the sacrifice play. And that'll be the first out here of the bottom of the first inning.
It was a good swing, just a bit too under on it. A little bit of a better angle. May have had a chance to either hit the wall or get out of here, but as it stands now, just the first out for Schreiner, much needed.
Wind was definitely in her favor there. As the windup and the delivery, this one is hit over to third. It's dropped and slides in, and gonna be a base hit for Jordan Arce. Managing, actually, no, they're gonna say foul. I think
You're right, Caleb. Runners going back to first and second. It's an interesting call. I thought that Lopez touched the ball, but guess she touched it after it reached foul territory, so bit of a lucky break for Schreiner.
And so now going to be getting another look here at Jordan Arce. This one is too high for ball number 1, so make it a 1-1 count here instead of a first pitch single. Checking with Montez, and now the delivery outside, ball 2. Tagawa on second, Tagawa on second, Del Toro on first. And we'll see where Marchand chooses to go here. This one too high, ball 3.
Hitters count for Arce, straight at 3-1. But for Schreiner, coming into the series, 45 walks as a staff compared to only 21 strikeouts. Really need to improve that ratio.
This one is swung on and fouled back.
You have to imagine if the Tigers find themselves on the base paths enough, they'll be looking to be more aggressive on them. Saw a couple of stolen bases in game 1.
And we'll see what Arce chooses to do here on the 3-2. Wind up and the delivery is outside, ball 4. So it isn't via the hit, it's via the walk, but the bases get loaded nonetheless during this at-bat. And we'll see what Jordan Williams is able to do with the bat in her hand. Bases loaded, only 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Definitely want to send this one into the outfield regardless of whether or not it is a hit or a sacrifice play. This one outside, ball one. Looked like it was just a little bit low there over the middle part of the plate.
And for Marchand, just cannot walk a runner in. Be bad for pretty much everyone on the Schreiner side.
This one a bit too high and inside there, so went too low on the first pitch, too high on the second.
And some reassurances from the Schreiner infield, just telling Marchand, hey, they hit it, we'll get it.
And we'll see what happens here as the count moves to 3-0. Montez just kind of going over to try and calm down Marchand, the freshman out of Port Isabel, Texas.
Gives Jordan Williams some time to think about what she's going to do. Already reached pedestrian status in game one, drawing 3 walks in a row. Has an opportunity to draw a walk to start off her day in game 2. She's one of the best on the team right now in doing that category. Active leader in walks for the Tigers when it comes to the career.
Getting ready. This one is too low, ball 4. So a four-pitch walk brings in the first run of the day for Trinity University. Jordan Williams getting her 4th walk of the day. And Trinity taking a 1-0 lead here to start the bottom of the first inning. Coming up next, Carson Lee, the sophomore out of Flower Mound, Texas. Lee has missed a couple of games, but is back in the lineup now and looking to do some damage here. Base is still loaded with just 1 out. This pitch in for a strike and levels the count at 1-1.
Lee certainly has the power to leave the park, so got to be careful with her. She's got a strong bat, maybe more than people may expect.
This one is too high, ball 2. Marchand so far this season comes in with 10 walks, which is not the lowest on the team, but it's tied for second lowest. 2-1 swing by Lee. This one's going into center. Ball is caught by Lippold there, but the sacrifice play is good as Del Toro slides into home to make this a 2-0 game in favor of the Trinity Tigers.
Smart play right there. Again, another 2-spot to start off the day for the Tigers. And really smart to cut that throw-in off. Don't let RC get to third. Just gives them a better chance.
Wind up by Marchand is outside for ball number 1 against Peyton Bowser. Bowser during game number 1 of the series went 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Also had a strikeout, but those 2 RBIs coming in the first inning. She scored both of Trinity's runs during that first off of a 2 RBI single. Trinity then proceeded to score 4 runs in the bottom of the second. And then 2 runs in the 4th inning as well. As this one goes a bit too far inside, hits Bowser. And that'll move the bases back to full here for Sydney Watson, the junior out of San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah, heads up. It's a good thing that in softball, the helmets have masks, as that was off the mask of Bowser. Gotta be careful. Certainly, Marchand did not mean that.
This one is in for a strike against Watson. Watson, again, during game number 1, did have quite a few at-bats. Went 2 for 3 with 4 RBIs off of that double, and then, of course, also got a hit in the second. This one is hit over into the outfield. It's going to drop. So at least one run is going to score here, sliding in. 2-run score for the Trinity Tigers as the bases go from loaded to now 2 on as Arcee and Williams score on the play. Bowser moves over to third, and Sydney Watson once again a stand-up double to extend the lead 4-0 in favor of the Trinity Tigers.
Now, Tigers threatening to bat through the order completely. Balto can get on base.
This one in for a strike to make it 0-1, and Marchand definitely not having the best day of work so far. She picked up the loss in game number 1 of the Our Lady of the Lake series. As this one is hit by Baltzl, going into the outfield, moving over is Lippold, and Lippold able to get it. So Trinity goes all the way through the order, unable to get back to the top of the order, but we will see the top of the order whenever we go to the bottom of the second. But first, we've got to go to the top of the second, where we will see what Schreiner is able to do after giving up 4 in the bottom of the first. We'll be right back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here in San Antonio, Texas. My name is Caleb Reed, here joined by Reed Rosales. And a very good start to this game for Trinity, both offensively and defensively. Managing to score 4 runs in the bottom of the first and holding Schreiner scoreless in the top of the first. And we'll see what they can do here in the top of the second. First pitch in for a strike by Bishop. At the plate now is Lacey Silva, the senior out of New Braunfels, Texas.
And, entering conference play, these are the types of games that Trinity really has to put away. Because you have to beat plenty of good teams in the conference, up and down, and getting the conference slate started out with a series win would be great for momentum.
Getting ready here for the 1-1. Trinity has not swept a series since Howard Payne. Someone to open the season at home for Trinity.
That's one of the interesting things where in non-conference you're usually just playing double headers, but once we get into conference, it's 3-game series.
And especially in a conference like this with such high-ranking teams like TLU, St. Thomas, you really cannot afford to drop a game. Every game matters in conference play, and that's something that Coach Whitnauer talked about. Every game matters, and one thing that Coach Hansen talked about during the meeting that we had with her, as this one is popped up going over to Baltzl. Baltzl with a fantastic defensive play to retire the first batter of the inning, but just talking with Coach Hansen, one of the quotes that stood out is she said, like, this is when the season really starts. The preseason is always good before you get into conference play, but as soon as the conference slate kicks off, that's when it really begins as Jordan Williams What a great defensive play, diving there to steal what potentially could have been a foul ball. Williams lays out for it and gets a big second out of this top of the second inning.
Incredible catch. Jordan Williams, one of the best in the conference, probably the best in the conference at her position. She just shows it right there. She has a Gold Glove etched to her hand.
This one in for a strike there against the 6-hole hitter, Riley Jamison, freshman out of Danbury, Texas, who's playing right field here today. 0-1 count here for Jamison. This one is high for ball number 1.
And I think it is an interesting quote saying that the season does start now, because for many teams, once conference play does start, that really is the start of their season, because not many Pool C bids, at-large bids, up for grabs.
This one is grounded over to Balto. So good throw over to Williams in time, as that will end the top of the second inning. We're going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network as we get ready for the bottom of the second inning and see if Trinity can extend on that 4-0 lead that they currently have over the Schreiner Mountaineers. We'll be back in just a few seconds here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Bottom of the second inning, just getting started here as we go back to the top of the order. Samantha Tagawa coming up to bat after Trinity scored 4 in the bottom of the first and went all the way through the batting order, as Angela Baltzel was the final out there of that bottom of the first.
It's just back at the top of the lineup, how efficient that first inning was. We'll see how efficient they are in the second one.
Tagawa got a hit in the first inning. A single, which eventually earned a run for her as she was batted in by the Trinity offense. Wind up and pitch is a bit too far inside there for ball number 2.
And Tagawa just so productive at the plate, able to draw walks, able to get hits when needed. She finds herself on base quite a bit.
This one is hit over to third and foul. Selena Marchin still in this game. Marchin during the first inning, 3 hits allowed, 4 runs allowed, all of them earned, as well as 2 walks. One of those walks walking in a run. So a pretty rough start to the game, hoping to kind of clean things up here in the second and beyond. As that one is fouled over. And count moves to full. Count moves to even at 2-2. Marching the windup and the delivery. Tagawa hits this one over to the left. See if it drops. It does not. A good defensive play there by Joanna McKay. And that'll be the first out here of the bottom of the second.
Yeah, fortunate positioning for McKay there. That was laced on a rope. And if it would have went anywhere else, that would have been down for probably an extra base knock.
Del Toro, the batter up next. She singled in her first plate appearance. This one popped up and foul as Montez lost track of the ball, unable to make a dive on it.
Once again, Del Toro being aggressive to start things out. It has its upsides and its downsides. Upside in the first inning with the single.
In that meeting with Coach Wittenauer, this one is popped up, going back is the center fielder Lippold, and Lippold able to get this one for a quick second out. So even though it's been 2 quick outs, Trinity really still swinging the bats, not really being conservative and deciding to go for the fences here, as both of those hits have gone into the outfield, just unable to get much further, as they have been 2 pretty deep flyouts. Coming up next is Hannah Boudreau, who flew out in her first plate appearance. This is a swing over to third, and wow, a very, very quick bottom of the second inning for Schreiner. After a pretty long bottom of the first, they kind of turn it around in the second to get 3 quick outs and get the bats back in their hands whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Top of the third coming up here in San Antonio, Texas, here from Trinity University. My name is Caleb Reed, and welcome back to the Reed and Reed show here, as I'm joined by Reed Rosales. Here for a gorgeous Saturday afternoon softball game between the Trinity University Tigers and the Schreiner University Mountaineers. Cameron Bishop is still in the circle. So far has not allowed a hit for these Mountaineers, and in fact has not even allowed a batter to get on base. As we get a look at the 7-spot hitter, Courtney Hurry, junior out of Waller, Texas. Windup and delivery is a bit too low, and
good idea on that pitch, trying to spin it out. Hurry just didn't bite, but still, really good pitch by Bishop. Very impressive.
Hurry, one of actually all of the players on this Schreiner roster who are from Texas. All of them are righties, and all of them are from the Lone Star State. Of course, you're going to be having quite a few players from all over the place. Bishop from Austin, but getting a look at some of the players in the field at the moment. All from kind of everywhere. And this one is low and outside for ball number 2, 2-2 count. Getting a look at, of course, third baseman Peyton Bowser from Colorado, and Arcee Wright from California, Baltzell at short, also from California. And everybody's kind of from all over. This one is hit into center field. Watson moving up, and Watson with a fantastic defensive play. What a great job there by the center fielder, Sydney Watson, the junior out of San Antonio, Texas. And she gets a great defensive play there to keep the no-hitter alive.
And yowza, that was quite the play. Just some great gloves out on the field for the Tigers. What else can you say?
It's just a fantastic defensive play, and it's something that we've seen a lot this season, as this one is popped up to Tagawa, another California native who gets the second out here And it's something that we've seen a lot so far this season. The Trinity defense is just so strong. Of course, we focus a lot on players like Jordan Narcy, Cameron Bishop, who are fantastic pitchers in their own right. But this Trinity defense is just something else. They are so electric. And there are occasional mental miscues, but they are few and far between whenever you look at the body of work that they have been able to present so far this season.
And you mentioned it, Caleb. Great weather for a game today. You know, kind of a cool front coming in to San Antonio. It was in the 80s yesterday, now in the 60s today. Either way, both teams enjoying the weather. It's much better than rainy or cloudy, I would say.
The series against, I believe it was East Texas Baptist, whenever it was in the high 40s. Cold, cloudy, windy. That was far from the best series to be covering, but we were nice and warm up here from our spot in the commentary booth. Players down on the field, maybe not so much.
Bishop's looking to heat up again, as right now first base runner threatening to reach by Schreiner.
This one is too high and inside, so the perfect game does not happen for Bishop. Still in contention for a no-hitter, but first walk of the day is for Kuzak. And now we're going to get a look at Bridger Montez. Montez, in her first time through the order, lined out, in fact, directly back to Bishop. And we'll see what she's able to do here. Runner goes. Throw is in time! What a fantastic throw by Hannah Boudreau. The freshman who's known for her power bat gets the power throw into second in time, as that will end the top of the third inning. What a fantastic play by the freshman out of Pearland. And now we're going to get a look at the Trinity Bats coming back up with Jordan Narcy next up to bat whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University as we get ready for the bottom of the third inning. Jordan Narcy coming up to bat next after a few great defensive plays by the Trinity Tigers. Sydney Watson ending off the inning with a Sydney Watson getting a great defensive dive there in center field. Hannah Boudreau ending the inning with a great caught steal, and now Trinity hoping to carry that momentum offensively. Is RC going to get her first hit of the day? She walked in her first plate appearance in the first inning, and that will be a base hit for Jordan RC, who so far this season has been great with the bat in her hands.
Great hit right there. Just smacked the ball in the left field. A bit rude to the ball, I would say. But Jordan Narcy does not care about that.
Next up for Marchand is Jordan Williams. Williams walked as RC going to steal second. RC continues to extend her lead in that category. Leads the team in terms of stolen bases. Had 8 coming into this doubleheader on the day, and had 2 in the earlier game, so she now has 11 on the season so far. This one is in for a strike. And so Williams now finds herself down 0-2 after having walked 4 times so far today. Got the Reed Rosales pedestrian special in game number 1. Hits this one right back up the middle. Archie's going to go for home. The throw is not going to be close to in time as it's cut off there by, looks like, Hurry. And that is going to be a nifty little RBI single for Jordan Williams.
A great hit by Williams, getting that bouncer up the middle. Brings an RC. It was always going to bring an RC, let's be honest. She just runs way too fast for anyone to gun her down from the outfield.
This is a Trinity team that loves running. They love stealing. They love turning singles into doubles and turning plays from second to third into plays from second to home. Carson Lee up to bat now. She flew out in her first plate appearance. It was a sac fly. And we'll see what she's able to work with here as count moves to 1-1.
Just keep trying to pour it on. If you're Trinity, you're up by 5. Just need 3 more for run rule territory.
This one's too high for ball number 2. And we'll see where Martin chooses to go here. 2 innings pitched so far for Martin. 5 hits allowed, 5 runs allowed, all of them earned, with 2 walks in addition. No strikeouts yet, as this on the 2-1 hit over to short. Play in second is in time, but throw to first not in time. So Lee will keep a runner on first, but Williams goes down at second.
Good play by Schreiner. Cusack just going the short way for an out at second. Double play isn't turned, but either way, it's 1 out on the board. And a double play will end the inning if they're able to put 1 up.
Up next is Peyton Bowser, who was hit by a pitch in her first plate appearance. Of course, took a pitch off the face mask. And this first pitch is in for a ball.
Bowser trying to move the runner across, get on herself.
Swung on and fouled off.
Trying to be final boss for this Tiger squad.
Bowser getting ready on the 1-1. All ones on that top row of the scoreboard. In for strike number 2. A 1-2-1 getting ready here. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 1 out. This one way too high. Montez almost having to jump up for it. And Martin just trying to calm herself down a little bit. And not wanting to let this one get too far out of hand, or at least not more out of hand than it already is. Once again, outside for a ball, so count now moves to full.
In the danger zone now. It's going to threaten to move a runner into scoring position.
This one is hit by Bowser going out to left, and play is made by Cusack. Meanwhile, the tag up is not going to be in time, so Lee able to get second.
Smart, aggressive base running by the Tigers. Tagging up from first. Now gets Lee into scoring position for the player who led the team in RBI in the last game.
Sydney Watson coming up to the plate. Already has 2 RBI in game number 2. And in addition had 4 in game number 1, so 6 on the day so far, accounting for almost half of Trinity's runs so far during the 2 games. It's had 13 total over the last about 3 hours or so. 2 hours, 45 minutes since first pitch of game number 1. Martin with the delivery. This one is a weak one through the infield. And they're going to call interference there on Carson Lee as Lee ran into Kuzak, who was trying to make the play. And that will be the end of the inning. A little bit of confusion going on there on the base pass, as that will be the end of the bottom of the third. So we're going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network as we get ready for the top of the fourth, with Trinity leading 5-0 over the Schreiner Mountaineers. Welcome back, everybody, to the Tiger Network here from Trinity University. My name is Caleb Reed here, joined by Reed Rosales as we get ready for the top of the order here for Schreiner University. Bridget Montez up to bat now.
She was the one that broke the no-hitter last time for RC. See if she can do it against Bishop as well.
Cameron Bishop, the freshman out of Austin, Texas, so far has not allowed a hit. Has allowed one walk, so the perfect game is out of contention. But we'll see if Montez is able to break the no-hitter as well. This one dropped by Boudreau. Boudreau, we haven't seen her at catcher a lot. We've seen her mainly as a designated player, but the shoulder's good to go today. And so far, she's already showed it off with a great defensive play. This one is hit into the outfield, so the no-hitter bid is done. Montez rounding first, going for two, and able to get two there on a stand-up double to get the first hit of the day for Schreiner. First hit of the game, sorry, for Schreiner. And now we're going to get a look at the second spot hitter, Kendall Lippold, sophomore out of Richmond, Texas.
A bit of a meeting in the circle. Last time, Montez was the first hit, but didn't come across to score. Schreiner trying to take this opportunity now to drive a runner in. Left plenty stranded in game one. Trying not to do the same in game two.
Bishop, that's going to be her first hit of the day allowed. So has ones in quite a few columns. One hit, one walk, one strikeout through the first 10 batters faced.
And another important number. No outs on the board right now. So really good opportunity for Schreiner.
Bishop checks the ball. Now this one is popped and foul. The bunt attempt there by Lippold does not go.
Very sensible decision, trying to bunt Montez over to third. But instead, it's going to be a tough position for the Schreiner bat.
We'll see where Bishop chooses to go here. This one is outside for ball number one. Again, a beautiful day for some softball action here on Saturday afternoon. Game number 3 of this series will be tomorrow at noon with the first pitch scheduled for then. This one popped up and foul over to right.
Just trying to stay alive. Don't go down easily. Be a thorn in the side of the pitcher. Eventually, your persistence will be rewarded.
Lippold, during game number 1, went 0 for 3 with a strikeout. This one is grounded over to Bowser at third. Throw over by Williams, or throw over to Williams is in time, but Williams does not throw over to third, so the runner advances 60 feet to get to third. And so now the shutout potentially at risk, as runner just 60 feet away with 2 outs still to work with.
Sacrifice fly opportunity in play for Schreiner as well.
Lopez fouls this first pitch off.
Certainly looking for an easy out. Last time, scoring threat that Schreiner had was gunned down by Bowser at third base, throwing it to home.
Wind is definitely picked up in the outfield. There could be could potentially be a risk if it ends up going into the outfield. Count evens up at 1-1 here. Still 1 out in this top of the 4th. A very quick game has been played so far. Bishop with the delivery a bit too high for ball number 2.
Just trying to get that second out on the board. Don't allow the runner to get home. It's a very simple procedure, but it's easier said than done.
Bishop getting the grip she wants, and now the delivery. This one is high, ball 3, so definitely a hitter's count here for Yadira Lopez. Lopez, a senior out of Kingsville, Texas. Tied for the lead this season, actually has the lead this season in terms of triples. This one in for a strike to load the count at 3-2.
Just have to hit the zone, stay aggressive. Bishop finding it there. Lopez, we'll see if she looks at the next one.
Bishop, the delivery. This one is swung on, hit over to left field. Del Toro moving over. She's going to need to make a big throw in, and not going to be made by Baltzel. So the shutout is gone as Schreiner manages to get their first run of the day on the boards and make it a 5-1 ball game off of the sacrifice fly by Lopez.
Nice smart softball right there. Plating Montez. Trading the out for the run. Certainly worth it.
This one hit over to Baltzel. Baltzel with a dive. She's going to throw it over, and the throw's not going to be in time. She had to get a little bit dirty there, reaching out for it. Unable to make the throw over in time. And that will be a base hit for Lacey Silva.
Silva just a bit too fast. Slower runner Baltzel may have gotten, but it's a great play either way, not letting it go into the outfield. But still more opportunities for the Mountaineers.
There's a quick little meeting between batter and coach there before getting ready for it. The batter is Kimberly Perez, the designated player for this game, the freshman out of San Antonio, Texas, so a homecoming game for her. Kerrville just about an hour and 15 minutes, I'd say, or so, off to the west on I-10. Bishop getting ready here on the 0-1. This one is too high for ball 1.
Yeah, kind of in and out of the zone now. Bishop trying to increase the accuracy just a little bit.
Bishop so far this season really likes to avoid letting runners get on. She has a 123 whip coming into this one and gets a good strike there to make it 1-2. Here with 2 outs in still the top of the 4th inning. Still 1 inning away from being in run rule territory. Of course, Trinity needs to score a few more runs. This one is hit over into right. RC unable to get it. It goes over the glove, rolling into the outfield. 1 run is going to score. She's going to go for 3, and a stand-up triple there as it goes over the glove of Jordan RC. And a great play there by Kimberly Perez to get the 2nd run of the game and of the inning for the Schreiner Mountaineers.
Yeah, too many cooks in the kitchen there. Tagawa going out with RC coming in. It should have been one or the other. Just too many people. Ball falls. Another one gets it. And allows Schreiner to take advantage of the opportunity.
So now coming up to plate is going to be Riley Jamison, as we had a little circle meeting in there for Trinity. Still no movement in the Trinity bullpen. Seeing some movement in the Trinity batting cages as 1 or 2 players kind of take a few hacks there just to get ready offensively. This one is a bit too high there for ball number 1. Bishop again so far this season, a 2.96 ERA, the best on the team. As Jamison calls time. Taking a little break before getting ready for the 1-0. Checks her swing. Umpire says she went. And that'll make it a 1-1 count here. Still with 2 outs in the top of the 4th inning. Runner 60 feet away. But the force out at first is an option. This one is a bit too low for ball number 3. Looked like a good frame job there by Boudreau, but Boudreau protesting to the umpire and the Trinity dugout, but unable to get the call corrected here. It goes to 3-1. This one is in for strike number 2.
The zone for the home plate umpire has certainly seemingly fluctuated. Seems like exact same pitches are being called differently from time to time. But if you put it right down the middle, you force them to call a strike. 2's on the board.
This one is too high, ball 3. So the count now moves to full. First and third is open. First and second is open. Third is occupied by Perez. 3-2 count. Swing and foul.
Just staying pesky. Getting into Bishop here in the top of the 4th. Schreiner's been making use of opportunities from Tiger mistakes.
And so 3-2 yet again. What will Bishop do here? The lefty out of Austin delivers. This one is swung on and fouled.
The AB continues.
Long at bats have been the name of the game for Trinity, again, both offensively and defensively. I remember, I believe it was against either Lewis and Clark or McMurray, where it was Hayden Del Toro had a 15 pitch at bat at one point, and then defensively Trinity went through a 14 pitch at bat, and so it was just quite a long stretch there. This one too high, ball number 4, so Jamison moves 60 feet over to first. And the count resets here for Courtney Hurry. Hurry, the junior out of Waller, Texas. Playing first base here today. Went 0 for 2 against Our Lady of the Lake with a strikeout. And earlier today, as that one's going to be called a ball. Hurry went 0 for 2. Didn't strike out, but didn't get a hit either. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Bishop has really struggled to get out of this out as she continues to struggle. This one off of the wrist there of Jordan Arce, as that will be another RBI for Schreiner. Now 3 runs have come across in this top of the 4th inning. Trinity still leading 5-3, but Schreiner is really starting to turn it on here. And we have a stoppage in action. Looks like we are going to be getting a substitution, as we'll see who they're bringing out. And it's going to be Josephine Colowine who's coming out here. So Bishop's day will be done after 3 2/3 inning of work. We are going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network while Colowine warms up, and we will be right back in just a minute or so. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network here from San Antonio, Texas. My name is Caleb Reed, here joined by Reed Rosales. As now Josephine Colowine coming into this game finds a runner on first and second. This one in for strike number 1. And we'll see what Colowine is able to do here on the 0-1. This one in the dirt for ball 1.
Colowine trying to write off a very impressive performance against George Fox, really giving her team the opportunity to make that incredible comeback down 8 runs.
Swing and a miss for strike number 2.
Trying to strand 2 Schreiner Mountaineers on the base paths as well.
Colowine getting ready. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. It's in the dirt, and throw is over in time. And a great way to end off the top of the 4th inning. After Trinity gives up 3, Colowine comes in, strands 2. And that will be the end of the top of the 4th. We are going to take another quick break before we go into the bottom of the 4th. And we'll be right back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network as Angela Baltzel takes the first pitch for a strike. Trinity gave up 3 there in the top of the 4th inning, but they find themselves with the bats in their hands as we hit the bottom of the 4th, leading by 2 runs. Baltzel, in her first plate appearance, flew out to Riley Jamison over in right field. In game number 1, Baltzel went 1 for 3. And hoping to continue with some good offense here in game number 2. Setting up on a 2-1. This one is popped up. Montez loses the ball in the air, and Baltzel remains alive there as Montez doesn't, not only doesn't dive for it, but can't find it to dive for it.
With such a tight strike zone, be remiss to swing at anything that isn't almost over the heart of the plate.
This was a swing by Baltzel over to Lopez. Lopez overthrow is in time over to Hurry, as that will be the first out of this bottom of the 4th inning. Samantha Tagawa coming up to the plate now. Got a single in her first plate appearance in the bottom of the 1st inning. Ended up being hit in for a run and then lined out in the bottom of the 2nd. She's going to lay down a bunt here. Throw over, not in time. As Tagawa lays down the bunt using that speed and able to get a base hit for Trinity, their 6th of the day so far.
Yeah, Sammy's just too fast. She's able to lay down that bunt, get onto base. Whether it's a walk or laying down a bunt, Samantha Tagawa on first base, it's always the same.
That Sammy's speed has been so incredible for Trinity so far, not just in terms of getting infield hits, as this one is over to short. Play is made as Del Toro able to get on base. So a runner going to remain on first base. It's just not going to be Tagawa. It's going to be Hayden Del Toro. And now we're going to get a look at the player batting third, Hannah Boudreau, the freshman out of Pearland, Texas, who leads the team in terms of batting average so far this season. This one is hit over into right and foul.
A lot of strength in that bat. Trying to not have RC be the only one who's left in the park this year. Working with Tagawa's, or Del Toro's speed on first, rather.
Del Toro definitely can steal, but with 2 outs here already in the bottom of the 4th, don't want to just throw away an out. Thought about doing it there, but Montez checked her very well. And now getting ready for the 1-1. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Marchand delivers. This one is hit over into the outfield. This one is going to go back to the wall. Bounces off the wall. Del Toro's going to round third. She's going to score as Hannah Boudreau gets an RBI double to extend this lead now 6-3 over the Schreiner Mountaineers.
One of the best in the entirety of Division III at getting doubles. She does it again, brings home a run, much needed. Trying to get something started, a little 2-out rally here in the bottom of the 4th.
Number 2 in the nation in terms of doubles. Number 14 in the nation in terms of hits is Hannah Boudreau, and she gets another big one there. As we now have a circle meeting between Montez and Marchand, just trying to get the pitcher to calm down a little bit here. Still in a good situation. As we get a look at Jordan Arce, who so far 1 for 1 on the day, had a single in the 3rd, also walked in the 1st, both of those resulting in runs for her. This one is outside for ball number 1.
And Schreiner certainly went through their fair share of pitchers in game 1, trying to let Marchand hold her own here in game 2.
This one is popped up. We'll see if Montes is able to get it. She is, and that will be the end of the bottom of the 4th inning. As Schreiner allows 1 run, but they will get the bats back in their hands whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. Top of the 5th, coming up. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, being joined by Reed Rosales here from San Antonio, Texas. Trinity University hosting this game between the Trinity Tigers and the Schreiner Mountaineers. First conference game of the season for both of these teams. Trinity won game number 1 in an 8-0 run rule, and Schreiner's come back just a little bit here, 3-6 here in the top of the 5th inning, hoping to potentially close that gap in just a little bit. As Colwine has thrown the first 2 pitches for strikes here against Kai Kuzak. Lineup and the delivery on the 0-2 is just outside for ball number 1.
She's really trying to dot the zone and looking like she's getting a word from one of the umpires. Wonder if it was an illegal pitch on the last one. I'm unsure. Still same count, so perhaps not.
1-2 coming up. Bishop, Colwine, the delivery is foul.
Interesting foul ball there. Trying to like tomahawk chop the ball out of the air.
And another stoppage. It's going to be labeled as 2-2 here, so not entirely sure what's happening. I think that Colwine might have had another illegal pitch, but I'm not sure what exactly the reasoning for it is here. So after the stoppage, just trying to figure it out here. Count is at 2-2. Colwine ready with the delivery is fouled off once again.
And just really lucky to stay alive as Cusack. Last couple of swings that she's fought off have not been the prettiest swings in the world.
Cusack, the sophomore, did not hit a lot last season. In fact, had a 0 average. This one is hit directly back over to Baltimore. Baltimore with a throw over is in time. As that will be the first out of the top of the 5th.
And once again, just getting everything on the same page with the way Colowine's pitching, pointing at her back leg.
Which might potentially be outside of that little box there that you can see in the circle. And so the count is, I think, going to move to full here. And that's going to be a walk. So Cusack gets saved.
Yeah, just a very interesting call from the umpire crew, apprentice umpire. It's just one of those things in softball, illegal pitches you gotta be wary of, and that gives Cusack a free pass to first.
And so now up is going to be Bridget Montez. This one is in for strike number 1.
It doesn't seem to me that Colowine has really, before then, changed her pitching style at all from the way she's been pitching any other game, so very confusing.
This one is looks like it's going to be a ball. So some mid-game confusion here in the top of the 5th inning. This one hit on a rocket into the right field foul netting. And Montez in game number 1 went 1 for 3. Also had a strikeout to her name as well. That one when Jordan Arce was pitching, with Arce going the complete game. This one hit over to Bowser. A fantastic play. Throw is not in time. But a fantastic defensive play there by Peyton Bowser. Able to save the play and just unable to get the throw over there in time. But a great dive there by the junior out of Arvada, California, to keep that ball from going into the outfield. Now runners on first and second for Kendall Lippold. Lippold going to lay down the bunt and foul.
Trying to get the runners across. Still without an out, or with just an out in the inning are the Tigers. An out or no outs.
No outs.
Disagreement between stats and scoreboard.
This one is in for strike number 2. And so let's see what what Colowine. I got so used to calling out Bishop during the first part of this game, but let's see what Colowine is able to do here. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. And now we finally get the first out of this top of the 5th inning here. No movement here in the Trinity bullpen yet, so Colowine remaining in as nobody's really warming up yet. Potentially could go the rest of this game here. Trinity leading 6-3. But Schreiner with quite a bit of momentum so far with 2 runners on. Up now is Lopez. And that one is outside for a ball. Colowine winds and delivers this one over to short. The throw is in time to get the out at second. And so that'll be out number 2 here of the top of the 5th inning. So next up to bat is going to be Lacey Silva. Silva, the senior out of New Braunfels, Texas, just up by 35. we'll see what Colwine chooses to do here with runners on the corners.
Now, staying more patient, waiting for a call from the catcher. Don't want to get tagged with another illegal pitch.
It's always important to slow things down as this one goes in and hits Silva. So that'll move Silva over to first.
Another helmet rattler there. So very good equipment nowadays. Coming over like you didn't even hit her.
Up next is Kimberly Perez. Perez, the freshman out of San Antonio, Texas. This one is hit foul, and having to move out of the way there pretty quickly is Riley Jamison, who's on deck and next up to bat there. That one got either got pretty close to hitting her or did hit her. She kind of took a little sit down there on the dugout wall. This one hit over into left. Del Toro reaches up to grab it, and that will be the end of the top of the fifth inning. So no runs one run comes across to make this a 4-6 ball game. Schreiner still down by 2. No, apologies. Sorry, the scoreboard is a bit off. No runs score as Trinity still leads here going into the bottom of the fifth. We're going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network, and we will be back getting ready for the bottom of the fifth with Trinity is still ahead here in San Antonio. And so getting ready here for the bottom of the fifth inning, Jordan Williams coming up to bat next. Just a bit too high there for ball number 1. As this one again outside for ball number 2. The pitcher for Schreiner is still Marchin. Marchin, who started this game, has allowed 6 runs so far.
Just looking here to continue to be a workhorse, see the game through, even though Schreiner is still down. They are certainly taking the opportunities that they are given.
This one is outside for a 4-pitch walk. So Williams going to get on. She had 4 walks so far on the day heading into this at-bat. Make that 5 walks on the day so far. Had 3 in the first game and now 2 in game number 2. As we're getting a stoppage here, and we might be getting a pinch runner. It's just we are Jordan Williams coming off and Ella Whitaker coming on. Whitaker, the freshman out of Roanoke, Texas, the utility player, has appeared in 10 games so far this season. Does have 3 stolen bases coming into this one, so hoping to potentially get number 4 here. Lee swings. This one is past the defense. Whitaker is going to go. This one goes all the way to the wall. Whitaker's going to go from first to home on the throwing error. And Trinity extends their lead now. 7 runs scored so far here today, as they get their first in the bottom of the 5th and extend their lead over the Schreiner Mountaineers. 7-4 your score.
Yeah, some very impressive base running, good heads-up situation, and just a miscue in the outfield by Schreiner.
This one is hit over into left. The fielder going over, and a great play there by the left fielder, Joanna McKay, the senior out of Baytown, Texas, getting the first out of the inning.
And just trying to keep it rolling. Great power out into left field. Just barely not getting to the wall. But either way, great swing.
Peyton Bowser up to the plate now. This one is outside for ball number 1 so far today. Bowser is 0 for 1. Got hit by a pitch earlier on as well in her first plate appearance. Marching with the delivery. This one is hit and foul.
Trying to keep the momentum going. Bowser's been having a good day for herself so far. Just still trying to get her team opportunities.
Bowser hasn't been in every game so far. Has been kind of getting a lot more looks recently. Subbing in and out with Marina De La Luna over at that third base spot. Two 1 count coming up here for Marchand and Bowser. This one is hit going over to left. The shortstop moving over, and a good little defensive play there by Cusack, able to look up there and see the ball here at about 3 o'clock, 3:30 here in San Antonio. Sun might start becoming a little bit of an issue here if this game goes on too much longer, as those fielders over in left are going to have to start staring into the sun as that ball starts leaving the bat.
McKay out in left is certainly going to get the brunt of it. Because if you don't know, the sun sets pretty much in her eyes. So got to be wary of that when you're out in left. That's why you wear sunglasses.
This one is grounded to second. The throw over is in time, and that will be the final out of the 5th inning. And so Trinity able to get 1 run. Schreiner still finds themselves down here in San Antonio. And we will take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network, as we will be back for the top of the 6th. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the top of the 6th inning here. Riley Jamison up to bat for Schreiner University. As there's a little bit of work going on right now in terms of stats. Just make sure that everything is all updated. This pitch is outside for ball number 2. Waiting for the hand signal from the official. Gallwine checking her wrist for the pitch. Wind up and the delivery is once again outside, so 3-0.
2-1 count.
2-1.
Home plate umpire. Just trying to dot the zone again.
This one is hit directly back to Gallwine. Just had to reach up a little bit and grab it. And that'll be a nifty first out for the Trinity Tigers.
Gallwine just raises her hand to ask a question and receives the ball instead. Easy out there. That's what the Tigers need.
Next up to bat is Courtney Hurry. This one is, she checks her swing, and it's going to be a ball. Hurry so far today, 1 for 2, lined out and got a single. That single bringing in a run in the 4th inning. Top of the 6th inning here, Trinity leading as this one is hit over into right, foul.
Trying to have another 1-2-3 inning. Putting another goose egg on the board for Schreiner.
One and one here for Hurry. Hurry in game number 1 went 0 for 2. Wind up and the delivery. This one is swung on over to Bowser. Bowser throw over to Williams is in time for the second out of this top of the 6th inning. And the out's starting to kind of dwindle away here, as Schreiner potentially only 4 more outs to work with in this game if they want to avoid losing the first 2 straight games and losing the series overall. First pitch outside for a ball.
Yeah, it would be a good way to open up conference play for the Tigers. Last season, Tigers won this series 2-1, won it in game 3.
This one outside for ball 2. Whenever talking with Coach Wittenauer, it was very, very interesting or obviously just being able to talk with her. It's always so much fun being able to talk with her during our weekly meetings getting ready for these games. As swings on the 2-0, the throw over is in time. And that'll be the end of the top of the 6th inning. So Trinity now just potentially 3 outs away from a victory here as they lead 7-3 over the Schreiner Mountaineers. They are going to get the bats in their hand to potentially extend their lead whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to San Antonio and the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales for potentially the final time that we will see this Trinity batting lineup. As Trinity finds themselves in the lead, 7-3 over the Schreiner Mountaineers here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Baltzell swings at the first pitch she gets and grounds it up the middle for a base hit. make that base hit number 8 on the day for the Tigers. As back to the top of the order, we're going to get a look at Sammy Tagawa, who is 2 for 3 so far in the day. Hit a single in the first and a single in the fourth. Also,
looks like they're going to probably be making a substitution here. They are.
The substitution, number 16 coming on. That's going to be Tristan Leisman. Leisman, the sophomore out of Angleton, Texas. And so we're going to take a quick break while she gets warmed up. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back in just about a minute or so, getting ready for the remainder of this bottom of the sixth. Welcome back, everybody, here as Tristan Leisman finished her warm-up. Tagawa has to dance out of the way of that one, as that one was high and inside for ball number 1. Runner on first is Angela Baltzel. That one is going to be marked as ball number 2. Tagawa 2 for 3 so far on the day. And she's such a patient batter. She just really knows how to get on base.
Of course, Schreiner's got to be careful. The Tigers score 4 runs in this inning. The game is over.
This one is well inside for ball number 3, and definitely a hitter's count here for Tagawa, as Leisman has really attacked inside so far today. Something that Coach Hansen talked about, just trying to get these Trinity batters off balance, but unable to do so there, as that one is just off the mark. And we're getting a substitution here, as instead of Hayden Del Toro, we're going to see number 30, Sydney Boudreau, coming in as a pinch hitter. Boudreau so far this season, 6 appearances, batting .300 in her 10 at-bats so far. Went 1 for 1 versus Lewis and Clark with a hit, and that one hit bringing in an RBI. Swing and foul.
Trying to put some oomph in the lineup. Trying to get a ball driven out into the outfield. Get these runners across home plate.
Great little off-speed pitch to drop that one into the zone. And make it 0-2 here. Lineup and the delivery. Leisman really going with some fast pitches here. Not allowing Boudreau a lot of time to get ready.
Still working in a favorable count, 1-2.
Swing and a miss. Got way ahead of that one on the off speed as Leisman collects her first strikeout of the day. Actually, first strikeout for the team so far this game. And now we're going to get a look at Hannah Boudreau. So the Boudreau twins going back-to-back here. We'll see what Hannah's able to do. This one is hit on a laser shot to right and fouled off the netting. Hannah Boudreau so far today, 1 for 3, flew out and grounded out in the first and second, but then hit a RBI double in the fourth. It's a bit too far inside for ball one. Thinking a 1-1 count here. Getting ready. Now the swing and a miss for strike number 2. And
she really wanted to hammer that breaking ball. Fortunately, dropping out from under the bat just before she swung it. You can tell she wanted to leave the park.
Well, he's been doing great on this off speed so far. We'll see where she goes here. This one is hit. It's going to be through into the outfield, sending the runner, and it's going to be in time. So Baltzel with a great play there, going from second to home and putting runners on the corners there, is Hannah Boudreau getting yet another RBI on the season for her.
That leaves it up. Pass the baton over to Jordan Arcee. She has the power to leave the park, as we saw against ETBU. She did it this time. It'd be a walk-off.
Looking like we're getting a substitution here. We'll see who is getting subbed on. Boudreau is coming off, and in her place is going to be, I believe that's Diamond Elizondo, number 42, the senior out of San Antonio.
Elizondo, speedy runner. She'll be a threat on the base paths. We'll see if she tries to swipe second.
Arcee takes this pitch for a strike. Arcee 1 for 2 so far in the day. Walked in her first plate appearance in the first. This is an off-speed pitch that drops in for a strike. Oh, and and Elizondo gets caught. A lot of confusion there. Safe at home. So a bit of confusion there. They tried to throw it over to catch Elizondo for the out, and instead ends up resulting in a run and a stolen base.
Yeah, drawn up play there for Trinity. Bait the throw to get the pickle in for Elizondo, and then you send the runner on third home, and you're going to score a run, and you get a runner in second position. Catch 22 for Schreiner.
So 0-2 here for Arcee. Swing and a miss on the outside part of the plate for the second out, but one run has already come across. Actually, 2 runs have already come across in this inning. One run across in the at-bat. And now we're going to get a look at Jordan Williams up to the plate. Williams so far today, 1 for 1. She walked in her first plate appearance and in her third plate appearance, that third plate appearance coming last inning in the 5th. So 2 walks already today, and she could go for the double pedestrian here.
Runner on second, just trying to get more runners on base. Be quite the rare feat, the double pedestrian.
I know that pedestrian isn't a so-called real stat, but to your knowledge, has there ever been anybody who's gotten a pedestrian in back-to-back games?
It's a good question. If I had to guess, the most likely suspect is either going to be Williams or Carson Lee. Walked quite a bit last year. She could have done it.
We'll see if Williams is able to pull it off here. She's looking at a 2-1 count. Easman with the delivery is outside for ball 3. So a 3-1 here. Very good position to potentially pull it off. We'll see if she's able to. Line up and the delivery is outside. The double pedestrian is given to Jordan Williams as Reed holds his hands up in celebration.
Just what a magical moment. May not be a real stat. It's a stat in my heart. Jordan Williams leads the team in pedestrians attained.
Every day, boys and girls across America wake up and say, today's the day I'm going to get a pedestrian. Today's the day. They dream about getting their name called out for such a rare accomplishment. And Jordan Williams has done it in back-to-back games on the same day. Do you think that she woke up this morning thinking, today's the day I'm going to get it. Today's the day.
She just walks so much to first base. And it's just another day at the office for her. She's really got a knack for it.
Carson Lee here on the 1-1. That's well inside. Almost hit her, but fortunately able to avoid it. As now at about 3:45 local time, you can see those shadows have really started to get long. You can see some of the fielders holding the gloves up to their gloves up to their eyes, trying to shield themselves from the glare. As that one is in for strike number 2, so count moves to all 2s on that top row of the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 runners on. Lee showing bunt. Now the delivery, this one is swung on, maybe a bit of a protection swing there, as that one was high and inside. Lee sent that one out to left. The count remains tied at 2-2.
Good enough swing into the outfield. It'll be good enough to try and get a runner across.
Lee getting ready here on the 2-2. Swings on the off speed. This one's going to be through. One runner's going to score. They're sending Elizondo to home, and Elizondo going to be able to get the RBI, going to be able to get the run, as Lee with another RBI to her name so far this season, and on a great career for make that RBI number 5 so far in 2024 for her. So Trinity now leads 10-3 over Schreiner, and just 1 run away from that magic run rule number.
And at the plate to try and do it. I'm not sure if Leisman hears boss music right now with Peyton Bowser.
This one outside for ball number 2. And so we'll see where Leisman chooses to go here on the 2-0. This one well inside for ball 3. Bowser so far today has been hit by a pitch in her first plate appearance and then flew out and popped out, both of those times going to Kuzak at short. This one in for strike number 1. And so definitely a hitter's count here on the 3-1.
If you do walk Bowser here, you just get a force out at every base. Not the worst thing in the world.
2 outs here. This one is hit through the gap. Let's see if they send the runner. They hold up the stop sign, so the bases become loaded as Bowser gets this one through the gap between third and short. As now coming up to the plate is going to be Sydney Watson. Watson, the junior out of San Antonio. 1 for 3 so far on the day. And we'll see if she is able to get another base hit here or draw a long at-bat walk to send another run home. The delivery is in for strike. Watson kind of moved away from it a little bit, but it just nicked the inside part of the zone there. So getting ready for the 0-1. Heisman with the delivery, swing and a miss. Watson really wanted to give that one a ride out of the park, but instead it's going to set up instead it's going to set up the 0-2 here.
Just a bit too swing happy.
The delivery, this one is hit well into left and foul. Don't think it would have had the power to leave the yard, but it definitely would have bounced off of the wall if it had been fair. This is going to stay 0-2 here. The delivery, this one is swung on and once again fouled off to the left. Watson doing a good job of getting under the ball, just needs to kind of extend that timing just a little bit and get it a bit more towards the middle of the field. This one is swung on directly back over to Leisman. And that will be the end of the bottom of the 6th inning. And the gap is 7 runs, so we still have another half inning to go here. Schreiner trailing at 10-3 behind the Trinity University Tigers, and we'll see what they're able to do offensively in potentially their final inning of work. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, here to the top of the 7th inning. Schreiner trailing 10-3 behind the host Trinity Tigers. And Kai Cusack hoping to potentially change that here.
Certainly, Caleb taking ball 1. And once again, another magical moment may happen. Not one pedestrian, but 2 pedestrians in the same game, because Cusack has walked twice.
We'll see what happens here. This one is off the mark, and so it'll be the second ball of this at-bat. Cusack so far walked in the 3rd and walked in the 5th. Did not score a run off of either of those walks. As the only runs scored so far today for Schreiner were in the 4th inning. Callawine with the delivery is in for strike number 1. And sets up what I like to call the San Antonio count. 2 balls, 1 strike, and no outs. The 2-10. This one fouled off.
We've got glove bump between Williams and Callawine. Callawine saying, "Don't worry, you'll be the only one with the pedestrian today."
The 2-2 coming up from Callawine. This one hit over to Balto. Balto, the throw over is in time. And that'll be the first out here. As Schreiner finds themselves down to just 2 outs remaining in this top of the 7th inning. Trinity looking very, very, very strong right now and in a great position to potentially clinch a series win before we even need to go to game number 3 tomorrow. Colin with the wind and the delivery is dropped there by Boudreaux. Up to the plate right now is Bridget Montez. Montez, a senior out of Burleson, Texas, the catcher for today. Of course, the transfer from Texas A&M International is 2 for 3 so far on the afternoon. This one is hit over into center, make that 3 for 4 on the day as this one bounces off of the wall, and it'll be a stand-up double for Bridget Montez. She got a double in the 4th and now gets a double in the 7th.
What better way to get things kicked off for a potential comeback for Schreiner than a double like that? You're back at the top of your order. Who you would like, the batters who you would like to think are your strongest bats, trying to get things going again. But a quick meeting by the Tigers. High fives all around. Trying to stay calm.
Montez definitely the strongest bat so far on this Schreiner team. Leads the team in terms of hits, and coming up at the 2 spot, Kendall Lippold, another very, very strong batter for Schreiner, hoping to do some damage as well. Colwine delivers this one, and it's fouled off. And just getting ready here for the 0-1. One out here, and the wind in the outfield has been relatively consistent all throughout the game, blowing out to right. Of course, a gorgeous spring day here in San Antonio. Here on March the 9th. Colwine getting ready for the 1-1 is too low, ball 2.
Key pitch coming up. Don't want to get Lippold in a 3-1 count. Rather have it be 2-2. 2
balls, 1 strike, and 1 out. Top of the 7th, swung on and foul. Bounces off of the foul netting on the dugout.
You got to be careful. I've seen a ball in the past bounce into the dugout, so always got to be on your toes if you're on the edge.
Pretty dangerous risk there that some of the players take sitting so close to the entrance. As that one's in the dirt, so count moves to full at 3-2.
Trying to get anything going. Last thing you want to do is strike out.
Especially in this kind of situation, because Schreiner only has 2 outs left to work with here. Colwine, the delivery, this one is hit over into left. This one gets down, bounces off the wall. 1 run is going to score as they send her home. And a stand-up double, an RBI double for Kendall Lippold. Make that 6 on the season for her so far this season. As now Schreiner makes it a 4-10 ball game.
That's the power Lippold was really looking for. Just a screamer to the wall. See how strong she really is.
Colwine once again, the delivery. This one is too high for ball number 1. And Trinity just wants to get this game pretty much done and dusted, because whenever we were talking with Coach Wittenauer, she basically said, like, yeah, the shootout type games are probably fun to watch, but they aren't that much fun to be in. As this throw over is in time, throw over to third is not going to be almost a double play there, but instead it'll be a sacrifice hit there. And now comes up Lacey Silva, the senior out of New Braunfels, playing second base here today. Batting .222 coming into this 2-game doubleheader here on Saturday. On 0-0 outside.
It's been a good day for the Tiger Bats, hitting .393 as a team today. I've been seeing the Schreiner pitches really well.
Swing and a miss, strike number 2.
For Schreiner, 7 for 25, 280 batting average. Not doing too bad themselves. Really picking it up in the later stages of this one.
It was strike 1 here, and so now on the 1-1. So far today, Trinity has thrown 3 strikeouts, and Schreiner has really kind of struggled in terms of the strikeout numbers so far this season, averaging about 5 strikeouts per game. As here on the 2-1, fouls it off of herself. Silva 1 for 2 on the day, was hit by a pitch in the 5th, and then in the 2nd popped out, but got a single in the 4th that eventually resulted in 1 of the 3 runs that Schreiner scored in that inning. So where Colwine goes here on the 2-2. It's fouled off.
Trying to get that final strike on the board, close this one out, get the series win, start off conference with a bang.
we'll see if they can sweep their first 2 games of the conference here and trying to get it started here on the 2-2. All 2s on the top row. And a bit too high, so count now moves to full. Runner on third is Lippold. And we'll see what Silva goes with here. Whether she's able to make contact and extend or not. This one is hit into left. This game will continue as it gets down. Del Toro throw in as Lippold manages to score the run from third to home. An RBI by Lacey Silva. And coming up next is going to be Kimberly Perez, the 5-hole hitter, the freshman out of San Antonio, Texas, who's the designated player in for this game.
I think that's going to be the end of the day for Colorline.
So we're going to take a quick break here as we get a look at Megan Krischbaum coming in for potentially the final out of the game. As Colorline finds her day done after 3 innings of work. We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales for what we hope will be the final out of this top of the 7th inning. Trinity leading 10-5 over the Schreiner University Mountaineers with Megan Krischbaum in the circle after Josephine Colwine finds her day done. Krischbaum an 8.40 ERA in her 1.2 innings of work so far this season. Did not have an appearance against Lewis and Clark. And has only had 2 appearances so far this season. But just needs 1 out here to end the game and secure the series win for the Tigers. This one fouled off by Kimberly Perez.
Tell that the job is just get 1 out. And the increase of velocity that the Schreiner Bats will see if they make it past this AV here, it's going to be a bit difficult to kind of catch up with.
This one directly back over to Krischbaum. The throw over, and that will be the ball game. Trinity wins it 10-5 over the Schreiner University Mountaineers as they sweep the first 2 games of this 3-game series and get their first series win of SCAC play. Fantastic game for the Tigers overall. A very high number of runs scored in both games. Of course, winning game number 1, 8-0. And coming away with great performances, not just offensively, but defensively as well. Doing a great job flashing the leather. Some great pitching performances that we saw throughout the day as well. And a fantastic way to start conference play here for these Trinity Tigers.
Certainly a great way to start conference play. Good things being seen on both sides of the ball. And, you know, minus that one mistake out in right field to allow a couple runs to score, you also run rule this one if that doesn't happen. So very promising stuff from these Trinity University Tigers.
A fantastic start to their 2024 campaign. Of course, they started it out very well, going 8-5. They now extend their record out to 10-5 on the season overall. And also just looking at the Schreiner team, their struggles continue as they find themselves dropping now to 1-17 on the year. A very rough start for them, but potentially a chance to come back tomorrow, and also a lot of games still left to be played for them over the course of the season. Just looking at some of the big hitters for Trinity today. Hannah Boudreau, who went 2 for 4. Samantha Tagawa, who went 2 for 3. Both of them bringing in some runs. Tagawa being the run scored and Boudreau hitting the runs in. And of course the magical double pedestrian day by Jordan Williams. And it was just a great day overall by these Trinity Tigers.
Yeah, great day overall. And like you said, one more game on the docket. Sure to join us at 12 tomorrow. Noon first pitch on Sunday for that game 3. And if you are so inclined and you want some more Tiger action, you can switch over and watch the Centenary Trinity baseball game happening right now.
So, some absolutely fantastic action for you over the course of spring break. It's going to be a fantastic few games to be played, and that will do it here from San Antonio. My name has been Caleb Reed. It has been fantastic being able to broadcast this for you all. Joined, of course, by Reed Rosales. Thank you to everybody in the control room for making all this possible. And thank you all for watching here on the Trinity Tiger Network. We'll see you all next time. Have a great afternoon, a great evening, and a good night.